I really hate Windows 10 updates. They're horrible. I always have to do something on one of my computers to make it boot up correctly, and it's a pain in the butt. Let's see. I think it has to do with a specific motherboard that has issues, or I think I have to, I forget what I do to fix it. It happens every time when there's a major update. I think I have to boot into safe mode, disable my video graphics card, and then it updates fine. Yeah, how's it going, Rob? Okay, so I'm using my actual video editing server. Well, it's not really a server, just I guess I'd call it a computer, but I kind of use it as a storage server as well, just because I have to put in so many files. Hey, someone. So I haven't gotten any replies to like Bram, Kelly, Stevie, or Eric, so I guess I'm hosting for now. Hopefully they can come in. Tony Jaa. I haven't watched many of his movies. I think I only watched his first one, and I haven't watched much else, but he's pretty good. He's got some incredible moves. Are you around the Empire? That's Joanne. Oh wait. Did you log into your Around the Empire account first, Joanne? That's funny. Yeah, this is lonely. Yeah, on Bach, that's the one I saw. How many movies does he have? Because that was a long time ago. He's probably like in 20 movies by now, right? Oh, okay. I didn't know tomorrow was on. Oh man, I got just getting bit everywhere from fishing. It's horrible. I guess while you guys are ready. Oh no, I don't have the video done. Yeah, I saw. I looked at his IMDb. He's got Fast and Furious. 7, one of those. Elephant protector guy. Yeah, I think I saw snippets. I think most of the things that I do is go on YouTube and watch the snippets these days of the action scenes, which sucks. Which I should just watch the entire movie. It's just better build up. Like if you just watch the fighting action scenes, it's not that great because there's not that build up to it. And I think that just watching those videos, just those scenes, kind of detracts from that fight scene. Oh yeah, I'm feeling lonely here. I don't like doing this. It feels silly. Oh, that's pretty cool. Someone, yeah, he's is he Indonesian or is he Thai? I forget. Oh, we're talking about Tony Jaa. Bram. Hey, Rob. Whoa. Rob's finally calling in. I can't hear you though, or see you. Hi, Jenny. Hey, Mary. Wow. Julian Jr. We live in a capitalistic system, so it's just life. You should see some of his movies. I think I'll probably see a movie too. I think.
Hello.
Hey, Rob. I hear you.
Oh, okay, cool.
Awesome. And is that
What's
Kevin?
going on, man?
Good. How are you?
I'm just hanging like wallpaper, man. You know how it goes. So what's the topic for today, man?
Man, it's anything. Anything goes.
Okay. Were you talking about a movie right now? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, I think someone is, or The Fly, He's a big fan of Tony Jaa, so we were just talking about him. I didn't really.
I like someone's what do you call it? Their little picture on their
avatar.
Yeah, that's what you call it. I like that little fly thing. I thought that's really clever.
Yeah, when I first saw it, there wasn't a fly on there, and then he changed it a while ago, and now it just caught on.
That's awesome, cool. Man.
Yeah.
Hey, so what do you do, man? For like, you say you're into computers, so like, what exactly you do? Are you like a hardware person, software?
Yeah,
like,
what so do, I used to build my own computers when I was a kid. My brother was used to doing that, and I would do it. Then I would like overclock it, and I got into the overclocking phase back maybe 8 years ago when I started building computers again. I guess I always kind of built my computers and overclocked it, but it wasn't like a serious hobby. It was more, back then I didn't have a lot of money, so I would just get some of the cheaper computers price-wise and just overclock it to gain the extra performance. And then when I came into money, like around 6 or 7 years ago, I started buying newer computer parts and upgrading them, and just, they're just going super fast. And then I kind of turned it down a notch, and I would just buy computer parts that were used or broken and just repair them, and then or just kind of if they had warranty, I would just return them for warranty. Some of them are serial-based warranty, and not like you don't have to have the receipt, so you can just say, hey, this isn't working, and you just send it in, you pay the shipping, and they'll bring it back, they'll send it back. And so I would just go on Craigslist and certain hardware sites for computers and get parts there. So like a typical computer that you might find that might cost like $1,200, I would build something equivalent to that for probably around $400, and it would be faster.
Man, for a third of the cost,
for a third of the cost, yeah.
Wow. So what did you major in college, or like do you have like a high level degree, or
no,
self-taught or what, man?
Yeah, self-taught. I was in high school, and around 11th grade I started doing this thing called Head Start. So I would take college credits. I'd go to this community college and just take some basic level stuff while I still went to high school and took classes there. I could have graduated by the end of that year, and then I still did the same thing while I was in 12th grade. I was working at a restaurant as a cook, and what's funny is the owner and the owner's brother was another cook, but he wasn't very good at organizing. So as I was going off to the university, I was offered like something like $52,000 a year to be the head cook, and so I would
just a cook? That's not bad.
Yeah, because I would have to do all the prep work, and I would also have to do the inventory and order all the stuff that the head cook, when he was leaving, that he was doing.
Nice.
And so that was one option, and then so I went to university. I think I went for a year. I didn't do so well. I kind of got depressed because what I was working with baby infants in the lab, and I would weigh them and do like tests to see which types of experiments they would go to. So I get attached. Like they would used to do, you'd have to wear all this protective gear, and if you get bit, you can have a certain type of disease. So they didn't want people to get bit, so you put them into a cooler, and they'd be screaming and thumping while you're trying to weigh them on the scale. But I didn't do that. I would just kind of put them on the bowl, give them a treat, which is basically cut up grapes, and they'd relax because they just know that your demeanor is relaxed, and they'll relax. And so that was great. But the thing is, they go into certain experiments, and you know that it's terminal. So I got depressed.
These are humans?
No, these are infant, like baby macaques. Sorry. And a few baboons.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you kind of scared me there for a second.
Yeah, they weren't humans.
Hell, you. I was like, what?
But they are so smart.
You
What was that, Kevin? Oh, Kevin drifted out. Anyways, so hey, how's it going, Aeolus?
Not too bad. How's everybody else doing?
Good.
That's good, man.
So yeah, I never graduated from university. The highest degree I've got is a high school diploma.
Okay.
So how about you?
So like me, I
Yeah.
graduated. I got my major in finance. So
Okay.
that's my whole background. I kind of was like a little bit of a drifter at the beginning, in the sense of like I didn't really know what exactly I wanted to do as far as my major and stuff, and then I was kind of falling in and out between like politics, and then I said, nah, there's a bigger fundamental core, and it was money itself, like currency, and that's really the big driving force in all of this kind of stuff, because I didn't quite understand it, you know. So that's why I just, and I started drawing. I got drawn into the interest of like how money works and the social implications on it and how it hurts, and you know, all kinds of stuff like that. And that's where I am right now with it. So
so 252, is that Greg?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Hey guys.
Hi.
I was here last night. Good to be with you again.
Awesome.
Greg, yes.
what's happening?
So
Ooh, another colon.
yeah. So
No, the same, Paul.
this what? Okay.
Greg.
That sounded like someone. I'm not sure. So are you still in finance, Rob, or are you like leaving the
Right.
finance?
Yeah. I'm in the field right now. I do like financial analysis and stuff like that. So
Okay.
which is kind of cool, but you know.
Yeah. So right now I've gotten into that field as far as in quality assurance. So I'm just a quality assurance. So senior manager right now. I don't know. Like I don't want to go into upper management really. I hate that stuff. I love doing. What I'm doing.
It's a lot of politics, dude.
Yeah.
A lot of politics, man.
So
And it's office politics, which I don't really know if you're aware of it or anything.
oh yes,
but it's a very sophisticated and very
for big companies. Yeah, it's
thing.
horrible.
Yeah.
Like you want to.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
If you want
Go
to
ahead.
try to improve anything, oh man, they won't do it. They won't listen. They'll be like, "What is this thing that you're talking about?"
Right.
I'm like-
Or if you throw, and that's the other thing too. You have to be careful as how much you throw out there, because then they'll take your ideas away from you, kind of thing, you know, and run with it. So yeah, it depends on what you're doing. It's a battle, man. It's a real battle out there, you know.
Yeah. So,
Cool.
I hate. So it's that, and just start my company and just keep doing what I'm doing because I kind of like it. So
Nice.
now that's kind of why I'm here.
You want to talk about your new endeavor that you're doing, as far as like the process that you're going through with? Okay, so I mean, I watched your previous stream about it, right? And so I just want to get some things clarified. Is this
Okay.
going to be like a website, or how exactly is this going to work?
Are you
know,
talking
like-
about the main platform or the there's a couple of different products I'm doing. So the first
Okay.
one is going to be a customizable a media aggregator. So it's kind of like Google News in a way, except it's customized. So it's not just news. You can do a category for news where it just gets all your news feeds from different sources. Like if you do podcasts or articles from different websites, or videos from YouTube, or I'm not sure if Facebook might be difficult, but places like Vimeo or whatever. And so you can go ahead and customize your own layout. There's going to be custom built templates, so you can get templates from stuff that either me and other people provide, or people out there that can share their templates or their layouts. And so you can, if you don't want to mess with them, you can basically just take anyone else's and then customize it a little bit further to your own liking. So I think it'll start out as a website, but basically plan is that you can put it on your own website. So how probably have it something like open source, so people can go ahead and take the source of it and just apply it to their own website, and there you go. You on your own website, you have your own your customizable media aggregator. So
Does anybody else have questions?
all right.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Does anybody else have any questions?
I'm looking at the live chat. So call-in user 3, is that someone?
Hello.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, Kevin. Okay, you're back.
Kevin. Yes.
Yeah, I hung up on myself.
All right,
Kelly.
Kelly. There we go. Oh, Kelly, you've got feedback from your YouTube stream?
Oh, is it going? Oops. You'd think I'd have that by now.
Oh.
There we go. Sorry. I had 2 spiked mango lossies.
Oh my.
Oh, 2 spiked mango.
Hey, Kelly.
Hi. No, I never drink anything because of my headaches, but we're on a sort of vacation, so had a little. Anyway, so did you see, well, never mind. I don't want to interrupt whatever you were talking
go ahead.
about. What?
We could go back and forth. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Did you see, James sent me something about the Goosifer? Did you see what I sent?
I just did a video on it before this stream.
Oh, you did? Okay. We just walked in the door, so
Yeah.
Michael was looking at it too, so.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of reiterate, because I'm sure a lot of people missed it. So at my office and a lot of different offices, there's like security measures for your like workstations. And so, like, for example, we have some type of McAfee corporate version. So if you try to put in a USB on your own work laptop to get files out of there, because sometimes it's easier. Like if you plug it in, it'll say, nope, you can't download anything from it. Sometimes you can't even upload anything to the computer you want. So in sending files over to other people within your group, or sometimes is hard because emails won't accept certain types of files. I guess you could pretty much put them in a zip file, but then there's size limits. If you want to do large sizes of files, you can't do it over the works email. You might think we do have like a network share. It's not allowed by us to I mean, we can access it, but we can't do all the permissions for it or whatnot, and it's slow. So for example, if I want to use our network share for my company that we're at, I think the upload speed is kind of like around like 200 kilobytes per second, which is just so slow. It's just mind-boggling.
Fucking trash.
Yeah. To kind of get around the whole USB issue is like, this is my portable USB bag. So I usually put a whole bunch of stuff in here. Like if I want to do some penetration testing, I have my backtrack GNOME. I use KDE too, but you know, I'm not peculiar. I have Ubuntu backup. I have Partition Magic. I have Windows 10 to go USB stick. So basically what you do is you bring a switch, which is pretty simple, right? So just get a network switch, unplug the Ethernet ports from your workstation and like the closest computer next to you if you have one, and you're logged into your laptop. Oops. Oh no, I'll fix that later. So you plug in your computer and your Ethernet port to the switch. You load up the computer next to you with a boot up USB to whatever operating system that you want to use. You plug it into the switch so your computers are connected and disconnected from the works network. And then you go ahead and share permissions, certain file directories, and then you can go ahead and transfer all the files you need. And sometimes if there's a lot of files out there, it'll be slow. You don't want to just do copy and paste because it may not, it caches everything first before it transfers over certain files. So I use mcopy, and I do a simple script to copy over, and you can mess around with the security of those files too. So once it's over onto the other system, it doesn't have the same security issues. Anyways, that's how I would do it, and it's simple. You don't have to be a hacker at all, and I mean, as long as you have ownership of the files. Like if you were self-rich and you had high security clearance for gathering files from certain areas, that's all you would have to do to get files off to a USB drive.
Yeah.
You
Well,
wanna-
so I worked at two pretty large, one very large IT company, where, and one pretty large IT company, where we could use and were relatively encouraged to use USB drives to transfer data at any point we wanted to.
Nice.
So I would probably guess, I don't know if I'm right or not, but that the DNC, with the situation that we've seen with the kind of lack of the secure way they were handling things like passwords, that they might not be that sophisticated in their security measures.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but either way, copying in the way you were saying, or copying in the, if it was just directly to a thumb drive or whatever, that in either of those cases, that the information that came to light earlier today would indicate that it was probably a relatively local job.
What was that about Windows?
So one of the really interesting things that I saw in that was that it was purportedly, they seem to indicate that it was using a FAT file system, rather than a FAT32 NTFS or one of the other more modern file systems out there. About the only thing that I know of right now that's actually using a FAT file system is going to be a, kind of, crappy external hard drive with a USB, hanging out of it, or a thumb drive. The only thing that I've formatted recently with a FAT partition has been a thumb drive, because it can be used across, any system, right?
Yeah.
I mean, would you agree with that?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that indicates whether he was using, something like you were talking about, or if he just stuck a USB key, or whoever it was stuck a USB key in the system and copied it off. If it really was a FAT file system, that really does indicate it was probably local. Because unless the hacker is using Windows 95C, and on an incredibly fast internet connection overseas. So you would have to have somebody that was using, like literally a Windows 95 box, or something that was formatted in the stupidest way possible, on one of the highest speed connections you could get to make sure that the files transfer that fast.
Yeah.
Which, the over, across the ocean, kind of option there, if it was FAT and if it was, high speed, just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember Craig Murray said something about someone meeting in the woods near American University?
Yeah.
You guys remember that?
I don't remember that part.
Yeah, I'll find it so I'm not pulling it out of thin air, but I know that was said somewhere. I think it was Craig Murray.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, to your point, is like, who's gonna go on a very slow system when they know they're gonna try to hack into someplace to steal files?
A slow system on an incredibly fast internet connection. Yeah. You're talking literally a mega corporation or government, speed internet connection with an ancient system.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Wasn't there a date too of July 5th or something?
Yeah, the date was July 5th, which puts it, and honestly, this is utter, could be complete and total, just, beside the point information, but maybe not. But it puts it 5 days before Seth Rich died.
One question I do have, and this might be just a little bit of me playing devil's advocate, but I guess it's one that maybe would be worth looking. Is it possible that somebody could have downloaded those through a system that wasn't through VAT, and then encoded it in a VAT file system in order to cover tracks? Or would that still leave a blueprint of the file transfer history?
Well, it depends if he's grabbing it directly from the server, like the file somewhere. But if it's like on his local machine, he could cover it up. But basically, there are ways to do it, but then I don't know how. If it was like someone like Southridge, I don't know how savvy he was with tech. I mean,
there are ways to do it. It would be complicated. You have to skirt around resetting modification dates of files or modification timestamps of files. Run it through multiple file systems. Either it is an insanely elaborate way to try to make somebody think it was local, that I don't think anybody would have really thought of to even do that.
All right. So I'm thinking. So say it was Southridge, and he doesn't usually companies supply the laptop, and you know how they said he had a laptop at home and they took it. So that could have been one thing. Is they could have been using that laptop to see what was on his machine, so they know what files were taken. That could have been one reason why they took the laptop, and of course also that those files, no one else could look at his laptop to see what he actually had on there, and also what time he took it. That way they can compare it with what was actually released. So
wait! I figured it out. They were so embarrassed that they gave him a Windows 95 laptop to use that they hid the laptop so no one would know the DNC was giving out that crappy old hardware.
Maybe that also factors in. Maybe that also factors into why they wouldn't let anybody see their server.
Exactly. It's running
I just
their
can't.
Their server is just like ancient technology too.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise anybody if they had dedicated like at least 15 machines of their server to generating bitcoins on the side.
Yeah, I just don't think they're savvy to do it.
Well, I'm sure we don't need to worry about any of this because the news, I'm sure, is investigating this as we speak.
I mean, all they have to do is bring. All they have to do is bring one techie guy to kind of explain what we're doing, but they never do. I
mean, you guys aren't black hat hackers or anything. This is just basic.
Wait, he's wearing a black hat.
Oh.
Bram.
Shit, worldview destroyed.
Blue.
GG.
Oh, it's blue. Okay.
Oh, okay.
You're a blue hat.
He's a blue hat hacker.
Okay, what do you want to add to, Brian? Do you have any?
Gray hat.
Hey, Brian's...
I have a bunny in a black hat.
It's a black hat bunny.
Awesome.
So yeah, we have like either the regular news that won't cover this at all, or we have complete. I'm sorry, the George Webb thing. I couldn't go there. So like where do you go to find the real like information? Right?
You just ask around. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Dig through and read RT, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, Brian, do you want to add anything from an IT, perspective on what they were saying?
Yeah, it's okay to use, like Ebon was saying, to use a really slow system like that on an ultra fast connection is absolutely right. You would be local. You wouldn't do that from, very far away at all. I'm talking like probably within the same city. That's the only thing that would make sense.
Or on the same network.
Or even better on the same network.
Yeah, I mean that's the only thing using a fat file system now is portable media. Literally, unless you dug something out of the basement and plugged it in that day that's still running an ancient Windows. And while the timestamps from this report were meaningful, I really think that it's the key piece of data there is the file system type, because that's the one that lends itself to showing that at that time it moved onto some sort of local media instead of over the internet to a hard drive.
Right.
That's my takeaway from it.
So this is huge news.
I would say so. It depends on whether or not it gets any traction. I'd be very surprised if it did.
Right. I just keep believing it will come out in the end, the truth of this thing.
So I can only hope at this point that Vice's motherboard or Slashdot or, and there I'm showing my age a little bit, you know, some you know, really good tech news latches onto this and reports it like it should be, and then the mainstream media kind of almost has to pick it up because it's been kind of technically verified. So I spent half of dinner tonight reading Reddit commentary on this to hear what people would say, because I know that you're going to have people both saying this is absolutely false and this is why, this is absolutely true and this is why, all over Reddit. But I think that, again, the key piece that it comes down to is a file system type. You know, as being a meaningful nugget there.
And this is for the DNC emails, correct? Not Clinton server emails.
Yeah. So this would be the DNC email hack.
Not hack. DNC leak.
Checking it.
Local copy. The DNC local copy of data.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the correction there. I appreciate it.
No problem.
You know, just someone with a very large thumb drive. I mean, stuck it in, let it download, pulled it back out, and left. That makes sense to me.
You know, I mean, unless they have the security that Ebon was talking about, and then it would take something more savvy.
I would be very surprised if they did. Very surprised. My brother, I don't know if I've told you this, but most people here know this. My brother worked for Hillary's campaign in Nevada, and we got talking about what you know, file systems they were using, and to me it sounded like it was pretty open. They didn't have a lot of security.
It would make sense, because when you have so many people working on it from different states, different cities, whatever,
and at that speed.
Yeah.
And at that speed of ramping people up.
Yeah.
So there's some compromises essentially that have to be made in order for that infrastructure to work soundly.
And then again, there's still the issue of Hillary sending her laptop through the mail.
Yeah. So do you guys, you IT guys, do you remember? You probably don't, but do you remember something about NGP van?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What?
Yes.
Was that
voter database?
What?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Bernie and both campaigns, Bernie and Hillary's campaign, both used NGP van because that's what the DNC said had to be used because they got the contract. So yeah, I remember that. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that.
Tell them where you.
No, well, so I'm off to get locally made sake.
Again.
Asheville, North Carolina, Bins Tune Up. They put in a plug for them. They make their own American sake here, and it's really yummy. And so I'm off to chase that now. So have a great time.
Have fun. Bye. Walk it off.
Shame.
Hey, we had so many years, like, I'm telling you, nose to the grindstone, like, no fun ever. I'm serious. Like I said, he's working all week, but in the evenings, just trying to do a few things around here. So, like, drinking sake.
I had to troubleshoot Windows servers earlier tonight, so I think I deserve something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have fun. Don't get mugged, please. Okay, like, don't be on the phone. Seriously. Watch your back.
Where are you guys at?
Make sure there aren't two guys following you.
We're we're downtown Asheville.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is actually where we lived when I first moved here.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's so the building that I found out that the landlord is in fact renting these out and checking on the form no known lead in the building. That's like right around the corner, and that's where that's where we discovered there was lead. So I'm still on the hunt for those records. I've got somebody at UNCA trying to track them down, but they're from '99, so it's like in a box somewhere. So anyway, I think my next step is going to be I'm just going to go put a sign on the front gate and say does anybody live here with kids under 6? Seriously, like I kind of feel bad for not following up on it sooner.
And it's pretty easy. Is like maybe they don't believe you. All you have to do is just, hey, have it tested.
Yeah, well, I had the test, my daughter's blood test, which, as I said the other night, thankfully it was very, very low. And in fact, the doctor, like knowing me, was like, this is nothing to worry about. She wrote in the notes, like, this is so low. And I was like, but where the hell is it coming from? So it's a good thing that I am I like to find out, get to the bottom of things, because otherwise we might not have ever realized we were living in this building with extremely high levels of lead. So anyway, to be continued. But if I can't get these records before we head home, then I'm just going to see if I can talk to some people over there or find out if there is anybody like with a baby in the building. I will tell them. And I think actually I found a court case today that in fact, this is Department of Justice. Basically, if you flat out lie and there's lead, yeah, you can be prosecuted, which is exactly what they're doing. If you don't know, that's different. But you've been informed, and you've been informed that someone has had lead poisoning, then you have to tell your renters.
Right. Kevin, you're going to say something?
Yeah.
Kevin?
Oh, I said like Michigan, or like Michigan's government is right now. They intentionally put the lead. They didn't put the lead in there, but they knew about it, and they knew what had to be done, and they literally did not do it. Just said, fuck it, trying to cover it.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
But I could.
That's it. Also, the water bill liens. They're basically trying to put people out of their houses.
I know.
Yep.
And there's no guarantee that anything's going to be done, but I can't leave. I'm not going to leave town until I find out. Like, if there's a kid living in that building, I want to tell the parents. And at least they could they'll get some bad publicity. In this town, people care about this kind of stuff. So, I could go to the paper. I used to know an editor of the parenting magazine, but I think they're gone. But I could at least make a stink about it and inform some people. But anyway, we'll see. So, what else is new with everybody today? What stories are you following? The net neutrality is the big one today.
It's easy for me. I don't follow anything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Honestly, I just kind of checked out yesterday and just plunk.
Yeah. How's your dad?
I mean, he's not really any different. It's not like he suddenly just got worse, but what it is that, he's been on chemo for, over about 4 years, a little bit less. And at the end, he's got colon cancer, liver cancer. He had tumors all around his stomach. He shouldn't be alive. He really shouldn't. And most people wouldn't be. That's like a death sentence cancer. And even the oncologist said they've never seen somebody with that much in their body. Like, it was an extreme amount. So no, I mean, he just had a miraculous recovery for a long time, between the naturopathic medicine and the chemo. He just responded really well. And now not everybody will respond that well to chemo. Some people, you give it to them, it doesn't do anything, and you exhaust your, list of potential treatments. And then, if none of them work, you're kind of done. But he just really had a great recovery from it. But last year, I would say kind of like October, November, he started not feeling so good again. And the chemo was not working anymore, which it will get to that point where they'll tweak the formula a few times to kind of keep up with it. But eventually it's not going to work anymore. Your body builds up resistance and it just doesn't have an effect any longer. So they tried a few different things, but they said you're going to have to try this other medication, which is a little bit different than the chemo. But he had a major surgery because the tumors in the colon grew too big, and he literally couldn't go to the bathroom. He ended up in the hospital because he couldn't pass anything. And so they had to do a pretty big surgery and reroute around the colon because of the tumor growth. And they can't really operate on tumors like that. It's not advisable. Your body, when it has cancer, tends to build up protection around the cancer to protect itself from the cancer. So it builds up, like layers of protein and enzymes. That's why if you do natural therapies, you have to take things that break down that coating to get into the cancer, because your body kind of walls off. So if you have surgery and they're not careful, if they cut into that tumor, it just opens it right up and it'll spread like crazy. You have to be really careful about that kind of thing. And so they had to do a big surgery. He's got, ostomy bag on his side now, which he absolutely hates. He was just about like, I'd rather die than have to do that, but there was no other option. They looked at, like 3 different kinds of things they could do, and they said none of them are going to work, and this is it. And they said anybody that lives as long as you have with this kind of colon cancer is almost always going to be looking at a surgery like this at some point. Most people don't get that far, for that to even become an issue. So after that, he was able to start taking this other medicine, and they just did a test, and this was kind of like the last ditch medicine that they have in that particular hospital. And they said, if this doesn't work, we really don't have a whole lot of other options. So they got the test back, and it's really not working. So that's kind of the bad news there. It's like, hitting that wall again, where it's like, we don't have any other options. So now, they sent blood work to a place up in Boston, and, all that kind of thing. And they're going to see what they can do next. But I don't think they're going to try any more of that. Kevin was talking about the chemo can cause the cancer cells to enter bloodstream. Yeah, that hasn't really happened, thank God. It depends on the kind of chemo, because they're different ones. M99 is saying travel to Houston. He ain't traveling nowhere. He's just not in good enough shape to be traveling anywhere. He's I wouldn't say he's completely like bedridden, but he's pretty frail right now. The best thing that, I wish that we could do is get him back to the naturopath, but the naturopath is really expensive. It costs almost $200 every time you take him.
Holy shit. Are you serious?
I'm absolutely serious. And they don't take insurance of any kind.
Fuck.
My ex-husband actually was helping me a lot with that in the beginning, because when we initially took him to the naturopath, it was a couple $1,000s to do everything that he needed. And but he doesn't have a job right now, so that's not an option anymore. And it's just harsh. It's harsh. And it's funny, the oncologist that he's seeing right now is actually a pretty cool guy. He's from South Africa, and he even told my mom and him that it's like, we live in a terrible
help with this commando.
We live in a terrible country. This is a cancer doctor saying this. So we live in a terrible country where you can't get half the things that you really need. And
right.
And even if we have them, they're going to cost a lot of money, and you may or may not be covered for it. It's so evil. So, it's like in some ways I feel like I'm grateful that he's been able to have the extra time that he's had, because, when we first found out about it, we didn't think he'd make it. He was literally at death's door. I mean, they said he had 6 months. And but he could die any day because of how bad it was when he was first diagnosed. I do feel like we did the best treatments for him, and he probably had the best reaction. A lot of people will say, well, why didn't you try this? Well, you didn't see him. You didn't see him when he was really sick. He had lost most of his body weight. He was white as a sheet. He had to have blood infusions because he had bleeding tumors in the colon. So he had lost a ton of blood. As soon as he got blood transfusions, he felt better. Then he had edema, which means there was a ton of water retention in the belly and around the ankles. He could barely walk. Me and my mom had to pull him up to get him up out of the bed when he was that bad off. He really had no choice. He was either going to have some pretty strong treatment or just go ahead and go into hospice and die at that point. It was dramatic. It was stage 4 and then some, Yeah, when you got two oncologists that are old saying we've never seen so much cancer in a single body, you know it's bad.
Well, I
You
saw
know,
you.
and even the naturopathic doctor said, you know, if we had caught this early, it may, you know, you may have been able to just do the naturopathic treatment, but you're at a place where you've got to do something to shrink the tumor count down because it's huge. It's pressing, you know, there were tumors around the outside of the stomach, pressing on the stomach. And because the cancer was in the liver, it was affecting everything the way it would taste. Nothing tasted good. When your liver is affected, nothing tastes right. So between that and the tumors pressing on the stomach, he couldn't eat at all. And that's why he was just losing weight. Like, I mean, we were running around trying to get anything he could drink or eat down him. It was crazy. And so no, even the naturopathic doctor said, yeah, you should go ahead and do some chemo because if you don't get this stuff shrunk, you know, he said, I've got a pretty good bomb right here, but they've got the nuclear blast, and that's what you kind of need. So, you know, I mean, there's no doubt he's done really well, but I don't know how many more miracle recoveries he's really got in him at this point. You know, I know he's going to keep giving it a shot, and if there's something within reason that's affordable that we can do, we'll do it. You know, but if not, it's only a matter of time. Well, yeah, Cancer Center America 2071, Pam is saying, they are really good. We actually tried to get him in there early on, but they had a 6-month wait period, which he couldn't afford to wait. And actually what they do is very similar to what we did, because we did a combination of naturopathic treatments along with traditional chemo, radiation, etc. We never did radiation or surgery, though. So yeah, and actually what we did for the first 2 months, we just did the naturopath. We didn't do the chemo immediately. We did the naturopath, and that did get the cancer activity way down. It was amazing, actually. But he needed the chemo, and we actually talked them down to a lighter level. They didn't give the full blast of chemo that they would have normally given, but we talked them down to giving a lower dose. And that actually, those two things together worked really well. The only thing that, you know, I wish that my dad would have done that we just is his personal choice, that he just, you know, he will not eat the way I eat. He won't drink the kale smoothies and the beet juice and all the fresh, healthy stuff that, you know, it's not like he eats horrible, but he won't eschew the fried foods and the white bread and the sugars, you know, and those are just...
My cousin was the same way. She wouldn't, that's the one thing she would not do was the recommended diet. She just felt if I'm gonna go happy and enjoy the food.
Yeah.
I kind of understand that, but at the same time, she probably could have beaten it.
That's how I feel about my dad. As strong as his system is, he may have, I don't know if it would have same, because this kind of colon cancer is extremely, they even say that once it gets that far advanced, it basically isn't curable. And I can see why. I mean, it's, if you caught it early, you've got a better chance, but as far gone as he was, it's amazing he's still around. It truly is. People don't know. They haven't seen the charts and stuff to see like how dramatic it was. He went from 10,000 tumor markers to like 10. I mean, it went down like in 5 months, just straight down. So his recovery was nothing short of like, woo, burning bush, you know, miracle stuff, because, you know, and they've, so many doctors have said nobody makes it through cancer like that usually. That's just
the dietary stuff. It's interesting the way you guys both put that with your cousin, right, Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like they didn't want to deprive themselves, but
no.
It goes back to how you learn to eat as a kid. You know, like I mean,
completely agree.
It to me, I couldn't eat the white bread. I would feel horrible. Like you learn how you get those tastes that you develop when you're really young.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I eat. I love the white bread. I love French bread. I love Italian bread.
Yeah.
It's the only bread I really eat.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I don't believe in deprivation. I mean, I have a huge sweet tooth, but I just stay away from the junk. And I do like my spinach smoothies and that kind of stuff. So if you just naturally like that stuff, I think it's easier, you know, rather than if you develop. I know a lot of my daughter's friends have those diets, you know, and they're like, ew, how do you drink water? Like, it has no flavor. It's all what you learn, you know. Yeah.
But the funny thing is, if you really don't just like plain water, there are so many things you can do to jazz it up. You can put a bunch of lemon juice and a few drops of stevia, and it's so good, or something like that. And you know, it's so funny because, you know, I grew up with a lot of fresh food and we didn't really go out to eat a lot. And thankfully my mom is kind of the reverse of my dad. She's very healthy. She really likes healthy food. Her diet is more like my diet. And, you know, so I didn't grow up getting a taste for junky junk. And even now it's like, I would rather have like fresh fruit or fresh pineapple or something like that than have a piece of cake or something. I would much prefer that to like refined sugars, just because that's how my taste is. If I get candy or it's like it's too sweet, it makes my throat hurt, I'm like, yeah, it's funny how that is.
Well, was your dad exposed to anything environmentally that was more extreme, like through work?
I wouldn't say it was extreme, but what I would say is that he used to work very long hours, used to manage like different retail stores and different pharmacies and stuff like that. And so he would work some very, very long, crazy hours, and therefore I don't think he was eating as well as he should have a lot of the time. And when I would pinpoint the real shift when he actually retired. That was when things really kind of went down, because a lot of his work was very physically active. He'd be walking around, he'd be moving boxes, he'd always be in motion doing something. And he's not an exercise guy. So as soon as he stopped working, he stopped working. Like, he wasn't lifting weights or going to the gym or even taking a walk around the block. He's just not like that. No matter how much my mom would try to encourage him to do it, he just wouldn't do it. So I think the lack of physical exercise is a big one, because when you exercise, you oxygenate your body. Oxygen kills cancer.
Well, what you were saying too about his working hours, that I mean, stress could have had a lot to do with it as well.
I believe it.
He was under a lot of stress.
You add stress, you add sugary sodas, poor diet, no exercise.
Extreme
it hits you.
environmental thing, exposure, you know, anything.
I don't think he ever had too much of that, to my knowledge. And the other thing that sort of, I mean, it makes me and my mom pretty angry at him, to be honest, is that he would never go get a colonoscopy. 10 years, 20 years ago, when she told him, look, hey, I've had one, you need to go do it. Oh, I'm not doing that. But you know, if he had done that, he might not be having any of this right now.
Gosh, yeah, it really sounds like a perfect storm, and if just a few of those factors had been different, it probably would have worked out.
So many Americans get this. So many Americans get this because they're all in that brew. And then if you don't do the preventative care, because colon cancer is very easy to prevent if you catch it early. They'll go in there, they'll find polyps in the colon, they'll take them out. They'll test them to see if they're precancerous. That's what they did with my mom. They tested that she had a polyp or two. They took them out, tested them. They were not precancerous. So she's probably in a pretty good spot. But if they are, you know that you're prone to it, and you can take steps to avoid it. And you obviously will go back and get tested more frequently because you know that you're prone to it. But he never did it. He never did it. And it's just, it's such a shame. You know, it's so frustrating. But, you know, he grew up in that John Wayne era. Men don't go to doctors. And, you know, it's like.
Yeah, I think some of those guys don't want a colonoscopy either.
No, they don't want somebody sticking a tube up their butt. Nobody really does, but.
Well,
the 40s, 50s, and 60s were a time of basically a cancer soup. There's all kinds of things around that people said they had no idea caused cancer, so why not use them? And just cigarette smoke alone, just breathing somebody else's cigarette smoke, it doesn't just go down your lungs, it goes down through the wet path. Everything from your mouth to your butt is connected through one tube.
It's true.
And it's all mucus, and that is basically a cancer pipeline that can go through. In the early 60s up to the 70s, PCBs were used in power transformers all over the place, and they constantly blew up, spewing stuff all over cities.
Wow.
There was all types of experiments on the population. In fact, some people in California still get infections where everything turns pink. From an accident that went wild. It was not supposed to go wild.
My dad never smoked. Never smoked. Never.
You don't
drank.
have to smoke. In the 40s, 50s, 60s, everybody smoked around you.
Yeah,
and it was just as bad as you.
Parents, yeah.
Good point. Very good point.
The smoking, non-smoking for anybody less than 16 years old doesn't really matter. If you existed in the United States, you went to a restaurant, you went to a store, you drove in a car with somebody, you got on a bus, got on an airplane, you smoked.
Oh yeah, my mom says she grew up and just both her parents smoked, and the house was just full of it all the time. Can you imagine that? And she hates cigarettes. Like she just like has this total aversion. Like if she even smells a little bit, it makes her feel sick. James.
Hey. Okay, so if you're over 40, you're supposed to get a butt examination, colonoscopy.
Butt examination.
So you're supposed to get an alien probe. They call it.
Okay.
Ride the steel eel.
So I actually had one, I think, at like 43. I'll tell you the story real quick. All I remember is something going down something, and then I was out.
Yeah, you have to.
And then I remember.
What is that stuff?
And then I remember my ex, and then my ex picking me up, and like 45 minutes to an hour had passed.
You have to fast, so it kind of wipes you
out. Hold on. So what happened was, I'm like, I don't remember what happened. She goes, what do you mean you don't remember? She goes, all I remember is looking at the screen and seeing some really interesting things. And then I just remember now I'm here. It is so strange. So what happened is, and she goes, did they give you anything? And I go, I remember signing a paper or something about some kind of, anyway, it was the roofie. They give you a roofie, so you don't remember. And I swear, I felt violated. I was pissed. I was like, yeah. Even though the nurse was pretty cute.
So not right.
I was, even though the nurse was pretty cute, I was still like, man, for 45 minutes, I
beat you and stuck a tube in your head.
It was just a weird. It wasn't a good thing.
Michael's dad is a retired fireman. He lives in Georgia. He had probably about the same attitude, but Michael said something about he didn't even take you out for a drink first.
Right on to fourth base.
Yeah, I would have liked to have started at the bar, and then ended up,
Yeah, Merced, I've had that for my multiple spinal tap things, and yeah, I don't like that stuff though, because no. I was like, that's okay, I can do without it. I'd rather be aware, and so I watched the needle going in my spine. I'd rather be aware.
That's bad.
No, once you get used to it, it's better than being out of it.
The drugs they gave me for my jaw surgery were fantastic. They couldn't put me out, and they gave me stuff that everybody's speech seemed to be, the words were coming at the same rate, but all their frequencies were like really low.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. It's a weird, your senses are all.
They gave me stuff that everybody's speech seemed to be, the words were coming at the same rate, but all their frequencies were really low.
Somebody's got their...
Dominic, was that you?
Somebody's got their YouTube still going.
Yeah.
How was that? He was ventriloquism. It was like a ventriloquist.
Right. Nork, you said everything twice. Okay, so James, did you happen to catch the little bit of the IT discussion about the thumb drive and?
Oh, before that, I want to show you guys the flooding that we had. We always have it. It seems like.
Is this gonna be on YouTube?
Yeah, look at the YouTube screen.
Shoot, I'm gonna need to.
So I usually just go out and try to clear the drains. Some people.
I don't think
oh Jesus!
It
might be because I've freed up that grate, man.
It's
This is
July where you live, right?
yeah. This is right on a street. It happens every time that there's kind of
Alright,
like flash
let's see.
flood.
Like I said, mine, I don't live in Massachusetts right now. Although, that said, living in Oklahoma isn't exactly that much better.
It's crazy.
And
When you have tornadoes, right?
so yeah, so I
yeah,
spend
and flash floods.
so I spend like
Fun.
an hour just kind of clearing out the drain so it's not filled with
that
debris. This is right outside my street.
The news over.
Massachusetts, his house.
Yeah, my house, just
Oh my
right outside.
Just
So,
now?
no, this was like a few hours ago. I keep
Holy cow.
pushing the debris out, and then finally people came to help out.
There's still a few cells out there, but
Yeah.
on radar it looks
One
like
thing
they're-
people don't realize about cars these days, in the old days, the air intake was on top of the engine, and you could drive into water. And I noticed several people there driving into water that was about up to the middle of their hubcap, which isn't that far from where your air intake is now. The air intake on most cars now is in the wheel well. So if you are driving through a puddle and there's a wake and it comes up around the wheel, you suck water into your engine and ruin it.
Wow.
And my wife actually totaled one of our new cars that way.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, everybody's just standing around going, Ebon grabs a pitchfork and starts removing stuff from the drains. Maybe we should start doing that.
Yep.
Of course, if you grab the pitchfork, maybe people were running.
That's for Congress.
Hey,
That's for
that's-
Congress later. Torches and pitchforks.
Well, for the last couple days, it's actually been dry. Thank God, because it was just rain. For it felt like 2 weeks or more. It was
The thing is, once that street was flooded, it took an hour and a half for the people who were supposed to help out to come, to actually arrive. So it's like, why even wait? It's just so.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm a cert. I don't know if you guys have this, but I'm a community emergency response team certified guy. I don't know if you guys know what that is.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So it's like a 2 or 3 month course. So what's great about it is you learn triage and how to identify somebody that is hurt and then somebody that's really hurt and somebody that's dead and where to put these people.
Wow.
Or color coded. But the thing is the greatest thing about it is you are connected. So in a catastrophe, any earthquake, wind, rain, fire, tsunami, or whatever, you're going to want to know these people.
Right.
You're going to want to know where these people are at. I mean, if you're a it's not a dooms guy. It's supposed to be a survivalist. They don't like to be called dooms preppers. They like to be called survivalists. So if there's ever a situation you want to get with that team of people, I don't know what it's called in your state or your county or your city, but it's good to know because you'll know where to be. Yeah. There's not going to be a fire truck coming by your house for another 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. They're going to be at schools. They're going to be at hospitals. They're going to be at large buildings.
Gotcha.
You need to prepare for 3 days. There's all these things. I've got stuff in my truck and I'm ready to go. I've got stuff in my house and I'm ready to go.
So we'll all be at your house.
I'm not. I got all kinds of stuff.
Down the street, James. I'll be there.
Yeah. So party at James' house during the apocalypse. That's all I'm saying. I got shock tops and Coors Lights, so we're good.
That'll work.
Do you have like an estimated tentative date on that? Is that like a month from now or what?
It's somewhere.
When the sky starts lighting up.
Oh, that's good.
See, it's when the sky gets dark.
Yeah, when Russia says, you know what, fuck you, you idiots, I'm just going to beat the crap out of you.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Light doesn't go well through the ash cloud.
There it is. Yeah, the ash cloud.
Two of my favorite people that speak about the environment, Dmitry Orlov and Guy McPherson. Guy McPherson is saying we got about 8 to 10 years before we have real complete ecosystem breakdowns, and it's going to be just about near impossible for humans to live in the planet. And then Dmitry Orlov is on the other spectrum, and he's just like, oh, that's a bunch of hogwash, and that's not going to happen. So I tell people when they say, well, when's the world going to end? I said, it's between 8 years and hogwash.
Nice.
It's not a lot of time.
Or like Robin Williams used to say, it could be tomorrow or 10,000 years from now.
Yeah.
Like the big disaster that ends everything.
Yeah, I doubt it's 10,000. That would be extremely optimistic.
Have you guys heard that like whole communities, I guess, in Africa, like in different parts of the continent, are now just like giving up on their homes and moving away and looking for refuge elsewhere because of the climate? Because it's so hot and so dry. There are no crops anymore. Like the crops will literally catch fire now. So yeah, that's happening.
Well, the methane plumes are just the huge thing too. And I mean, those have been going on for years, but increasing severity. And just this week, a giant chunk of ice broke off of Antarctica. It's like the size of Lake Erie, and it's actually altered shape of Antarctica. It's serious. But there's another bigger one that's set to break, and when that one does, it's coming. I mean, and it's coming fast, and it's like a snowball going downhill. The further it goes, the bigger and the faster it gets. So that's why I think people like Guy McPherson, they give a very short estimate for when things will really hit the fan, because they see it's compounding itself, right? It's the further it goes, the faster and the stronger it gets, and so it's pretty serious. There's no doubt about that. And it blows my mind. Like me and Greg, we went out to dinner tonight. We just kind of look around us, and it's like we kind of realize people are pretty clueless to all this. It's like they really just don't think that anything's wrong with anything. They just don't. They're and I said a lot of it's not even their fault, because the media is so full of distraction and misinformation. Triggered!
Triggered!
Eric, I missed you, honey.
Yeah, we're kind of socially engineered that way.
Just a day without Eric is too much.
It's sad. It's a sad day.
Like
Sorry it took so long. I was taking a nap. I felt really, really tired today.
I had rest yesterday. But I'm glad you're here.
Welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Glad to have you back, Eric.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. I was so tired.
Yeah.
Like last night I was tired. I was on and off because
you did go for a long time last night. What the hell? Wow.
Yeah, was that
I looked at it this morning, you guys. You guys are like partying.
But Stevie just kept right on going.
Wow.
Until her phone died, yeah. Until she had no battery life.
Wow. That's impressive.
So I watched the Aaron Schwartz documentary last night.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, I was watching it today. I watched like the first hour.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. It's really just, I realized all I knew about it was that he had downloaded, I thought it was medical journals, but just journals from MIT. But the interesting thing is that most of the charges, what was it, 13? He had 13 felonies, but most of them were charged under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
Wow.
So I'm just digging into that. But that was something that was passed in '84, and apparently,
perfect year for that to get passed. Perfect year.
Oh, right, exactly. So I guess Ron Wyden and then Zoe Lofgren, I think's her name. They're fighting to get rid of a lot of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. That it's just outdated and just doesn't. I don't know. It's just. Let's see. I don't know. If anybody else wants to chime in here? I thought I'd bring it up because net neutrality is a big deal today.
What does that particular act do?
Well, I don't. That's what I don't know all of. It just said that's what. It has to do with like stealing documents and stuff. But I don't know all the ins and outs of it. It just mentioned that most of the charges against him that a lot of people feel were just kind of bogus were brought on him under this act, whatever. So,
from my understanding, most of that law has to do with the transferring of files from one system to another without permission. The problem is that, and I went looking at it, a lot of these files, I assumed that there was copyright involved. A lot of these files, there was not copyright involved. A lot of these files should have been free to the public. The problem was you had MIT as kind of a gatekeeper that says, no, you're going to pay a fee if you're going to get access to these, even though, like I said, a lot of them weren't even copyrighted.
right. And it was also, they talked about pacer.gov. Kevin, hang on one sec. I just noticed you're trying to talk. It's very faint. But pacer.gov, that basically, this is, public access to court, electronic records that they're charging for. So how is that, like, this is public, should be public information, but they make it, it's very hard to navigate the website and you have to pay to get things. But anyway, Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, what you're talking about there is called trying to hinder democracy in every way you can by putting up roadblocks, hoops to jump through, fines, fees, and bullshit, and giving people to run around.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how they do the fraud. And shit, I forgot what the hell I was gonna say. Never mind.
I can hear Kevin.
Seriously? Everybody can hear me real good right now?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
It's miracles do happen.
Oh.
Okay.
It's like Monty Python.
Where's Kevin?
I was thinking of, when he kept cutting off, I was thinking about the South Park thing, but it's Kenny, not Kevin. They killed Kenny.
Yeah.
Oh my God! They killed Kenny.
Yes.
You bastards!
Crazy people.
Wow.
Thank you.
Gotta keep it light somehow, guys. I don't even know what to say about Aaron, though. Like, it's just so heartbreaking. I mean, I feel like he was like a freaking modern day superhero who was basically murdered by his own government.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, when you look at all of these things wrapped together, him and Snowden and Assange, it's just wrong. And I can't believe that it's just still going and that the media buries the stories. And I don't know. I think more and more people are becoming aware. But like you said, Ariel, I had the same thought. It's funny. You said we were out to dinner and I'm like, all these people sitting in here, how many people, know stuff like, or pay attention to the kind of things that we read? And and I don't know. I mean, I don't want to assume other people don't know, but I didn't see rioting in the streets.
A lot of them are unaware, and it's partly their fault for not looking deeper, but it's also partly the fault of large media because it's all about distraction and misinformation. Distract them, and then when they're not distracted, feed them a bunch of fake shit and get them to believe it. They'll be thinking about that, and then, if they're thinking about anything a little deeper, no, look over here. Someone got a butt implant. Oh, they did? Oh, and it's like, but then you can look over here, Russia. Oh, look over here. It's just, it's.
See, and that's
right.
why
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, man.
Jim got a colonoscopy. Ooh.
No, I've kind of said this before. No, I've kind of said this before, but I think it bears repeating, at least on my part. Like, I wouldn't mind the whole Russia narrative if it wasn't for the fact that it's completely dominating any and all possible theories as to what is going on. Because, yes, the intelligence agencies said that it's likely that it was Russia, but we also have to consider the track record for those same agents. And they haven't always proven to be the most person, aside from them doing whatever it takes to convince us to do what they want. So that's so I feel like anything that's taken from them is a grain of salt. However, that's not to say the whole Seth Rich angle is, or the stuff related to that, is a slam dunk either. It's not. But
Right.
but at this point, we have, I think, two viable theories as to what the hell happened. And considering the release of the Trump Jr.'s emails, now I think there's at least, they finally found teeth in the narrative for Russia, then I'm willing to say, okay, now I'm willing to re-examine that. But we're still stuck at that. But then we fall back into the same problem, that it's the only narrative that's being currently accepted, and it's the only one that's actually being talked about. And while it's reckless, I'll admit, to say that the DNC absolutely had murdered Seth Rich with the same certitude that the mainstream media has that Russia did hack the election. I do think that it's still, the question surrounding it deserves some merit of discussion. If
but for it to dominate,
figuring out what the hell happened, and the only way we figure that out is if we have access to the DNC servers at this point.
Because that's going to happen.
That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. The thing is, too, is, as Ariel was saying about comfort zones, this is why we need Trump. Because all Hillary would have done was put people right back in their damn comfort zones, and we wouldn't have seen shit. Nothing would have changed, and we'd just be on the slow train right off the cliff. I mean, honestly, Trump at least is getting people out of their comfort zones, and people are starting to wake up because they've got no other damn choice now,
Right.
which is necessary.
Yep.
But why are they not being forced at this point, I guess, to turn over the server? Why is this being allowed to still happen?
Because the DNC is a powerful organization, and they're not going to allow their servers to just get handed over. They're not going to go for it. You got to understand the power structure here. They have enough power to tell the FBI to basically go screw themselves. Yeah. You and I don't have that authority. They do.
Right, but you would think, okay, Trump's president now, now it's kind of new, that was empty threats. He's going to jail Hillary and all that.
Makes no difference. Makes no difference.
Because it's really not, it's deep state. It's not,
it's
really.
a shell game.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Who paid you off, Elios?
No one paid me off. This is just me using a critical brain. I can have two thoughts in my head.
Okay, they've got that's nothing. It doesn't mean anything. A lot of attorneys and people talk to Russia all the time.
I think we've totally missed it. The Russian FSB and the CIA wouldn't have killed the people that way. Seth Rich was still talking when they caught him on the beach. Yep. And that doesn't fit either of them. Yeah. However, if one that I saw a little bit of come across, somebody else originated part of this, so that the Ukrainian mafia might have been involved. And if they were involved, since they are major players against the FSB, that we may have seen the person who was trying to pad her campaign using the Ukrainian mafia to get the data, strong arm people against not endorsing her and things like that. And that would be a plausible way for the sloppy execution of several people involved with the campaign.
Because they're not very well trained, obviously.
Well, no, they're more likely to make a mess and try to send a message.
Yeah.
Where the FSB and the CIA would try to make it look more natural, like plane dysfunction, car dysfunction, or ion cannon for one of them, and the other one uses dioxin. and polonium pellets. So none of these extravagant methods were used. Instead, a sloppy gunshot and a boot to the back of the head.
Kind of like a mafia hit. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Right.
Pretty good.
Whereas the professional organizations would have put a bullet in each lung so that the person wouldn't have the ability to speak no matter what after 4 minutes, or removal of the top of the head. None of that happened. So I'm thinking right now the most plausible thing is that somebody in the Clinton campaign used the Ukrainian mafia, which would have pissed off the Russians, and they would have quietly background tried to at least stabilize the situation. And then once we saw them going, we would have tried to stabilize our side.
Greg, I know you
I
want
like how
to say it.
thinks about it.
Kevin, go.
Oh, I like how Snork thinks about it. He just straight out pretty much says it. Yeah, the Democratic Party is a mafia.
Yep.
You know,
I'm saying, okay.
I mean, it's a private corporation. I mean, it's got no. I mean, apparently, it's got no fucking accountability to anybody. The only one it's accountable to is the people in it that are paying the most money, and that's it. And then fuck everybody else.
Greg.
Interesting. I'm sitting here doing my my astrology column for August for the Aquarius magazine. Here's my fun facts about Leo, and it's kind of interesting reading about Leo because the two Democratic presidents.
Can I say something about
Sure.
this? Sorry, please. This is important. Snork, I don't mean to cut you off, but this is important. Snork, who is an extremely intelligent man, has a lot of. He can put things together that others can't put together. I'm just telling you. He puts complicated puzzles and formulas together to form an opinion or a theory. And when Snork's saying something like this, that could be very plausible. So let's remember this. Sorry, go. Okay, let's hear astrology. Sorry.
Oh, just a quick note. I mean, it's just kind of interesting that both of our most recent Democratic presidents were both Leos. Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, both Leo personalities. And I'm just kind of rereading my article, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, listen to this. Their glowing charisma can earn them many admirers, but by the same token, turn people off if their ego gets out of hand. Yeah, they have a natural star power, a lot of drama, theater presentation, grand performance, public figures. They're natural actors. Isn't that kind of wild that we've had 16 years of that Leo rulership from these guys? It's all about the show. It is all about the show. Meanwhile, don't pay attention to that guy behind the curtain. I mean, that's really how it feels. It's so weird. I'm sitting here reading this and I'm like, because they're really they're very prone to flattery. They really like it. They don't always kind of filter well between what's flattery and what's a true compliment. It's interesting, but they always want to be in a position of being a hero of some kind. They want to look good. That's a big deal to Leo, and you can tell that. You know, it's like they want to look good to the public. And in both Clinton and Obama, you can see that quality is big deal. They all look good.
What you just said about
the best astronomical sign for a leader or a president, then.
Yeah,
I'm just curious here. If that one shows how shitty they are, if it's a Leo, what would be the best one to have?
Well, it's funny, Bernie is a Virgo, and to me, Virgo is a great one because Virgo is about service to the people. And what's fascinating is Virgo is the sign that comes after Leo. So if you look at it in terms of personal development and learning through the cycles, the Virgo comes after Leo, which is Virgos are way less self-aggrandizing. They're not there to be a show-off. They're there to roll up their sleeves and do something for people because Virgo is about service to others. It's about organizations of big groups of people and getting something done. And it's also funny enough, because this was a big thing Bernie ran on, is it's a sign that's about health. You'll find a lot of doctors and a lot of surgeons that are Virgo, Cancer, because those are nurturing, service-oriented signs. And so, yeah, they're a lot about health, nutrition, healing, food, habits, routines. And so that's, you know, Bernie was saying all of that stuff, talking about health and talking about food and talking about the mental health of people. And so, yeah, I would think Virgo is a pretty good sign for a president, because they're just less of a show horse, you know. But that's what people want. That's why people vote for the Leo, right? Because, like, look at me, I'm sunny and bright and woo, you know. And
stop calling for charisma.
Yeah, it's.
Hey, you said something, Ariel, about behind the curtain. I don't know. I was trying to find this.
Well, it's funny because, see, Bill was the one out in front, the Leo, right? Hillary is a Scorpio, which is the ultimate dark, shadowy figure behind the scenes. It's all about the power. Scorpio, yeah, I mean, Scorpio is all about power. And on the negative side, they're very manipulative. They really are pulling those strings behind the scenes.
So speaking of behind the scenes, I tell you, I will just never shake the feeling that I had last summer. And it started before we left for Philly. When Seth Rich was murdered, that just really it bothered me. It really didn't sit well with me. And then, you know, and then Bernie endorsed Hillary, and I just had this sick feeling, right? And then I found a video, which I just posted on chat and on YouTube, at the event in New Hampshire where I think it's New Hampshire, where he endorsed her. And you can see this security guard or somebody rips a Bernie sign out of this woman's hand.
Yeah.
And apparently this happened a lot of times. But when you said that behind the curtain, it just made me think, like, I all of a sudden just got this realization, like, holy shit, like what America sees on TV is staged. They did not want this woman in the crowd holding this Bernie sign up. So what was going on the ground was not at all what you saw on TV. And then when we went to Philly, I had that same feeling, and it was just, I don't even really know how to describe it. It's this sickening feeling, like, are we in North Korea or something? Like, really, we were outside behind the gate, the cage where they had the democracy coffin and all these people.
Oh, yeah.
Protesting. But then we get back to our place, our Airbnb, and you see on TV, the DNC and the balloons, and, it's this great America, yay. And it was like, none of the stuff that was actually happening was on the news. And I just felt like, oh my God, like it was just like two different realities. And it just really hit me.
Yep.
And that's once you
Kelly,
looking behind the curtain, and then you can't not see that anymore,
Yeah.
Well, Kelly, the news isn't all bad. At least Rachel Maddow covered the fake story about Bernie supporters getting violent at the Nevada convention and throwing chairs, right?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Christ.
I addressed her a while ago. We talked about it. I think Christian was on because he's in New Jersey, I think. I used to watch Rachel Maddow, I hate to admit, and I thought she was good, but I picked up on the whole scam early because it was the Chris Christie thing. And I remember thinking, this Bridgegate crap, this is going on for like a month. This is not that big of a story. And I realized this is a strategic takedown of Chris Christie. Now, I don't like Chris Christie.
Right.
Really, that it was just so obvious to me that she was
right
on a mission to do that, and that's not news. That is not news.
Yeah.
Not news. So yeah, I don't have kind words for her. And if you listen to her, I found some clips of her on Air America like a month ago, and it's amazing. You hear that and you just go, wow. Any of our indie media can become that, I guess. Mm-hmm. All it takes is 30,000 a day, as Jimmy Dore always points out.
Wow.
But I don't know. I wouldn't want to be in that bubble. Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't care. I can't imagine having to hobnob with those people. I'm like,
I don't know, for $30,000 a day, I think I could put up with it for a week.
A week?
I wouldn't even do it for $30,000 at all.
You'd be pretty well off after a week.
Right, just for a week. That's enough. Yeah.
I mean, after a week, I could buy myself
just,
some
like, live
land. I
on
could
that.
build a house. I mean, that'd be set.
Right.
True. Yeah. But anyway, I just thought of
Wouldn't
that.
that be amazing? Play their game and win
Yeah.
just for a week, and then
Right.
and then just live on that.
So I did find this art. I really like Consortium News. Robert Perry, I think it's Robert. I've posted that a couple of times. I really like them a lot. And this was from December, and it's about Craig Murray, and there's a podcast. I'm just trying to scan back over it really quickly. I think this was where he says, I found it in the Washington Times, but I don't trust sources, so I'm trying to verify. Something about being given a package in the woods near American University, which if you think about this thumb drive, but it's not crazy. That's the thing. This is not crazy. If this was normal times, this is something that should be investigated. It's not nuts to think this. Look at the evidence. I mean, why are they not investigating that? Well, we know why, but for this to be just dismissed as a conspiracy theory is just crazy. So anyway, yeah, I mean, you can, I'll post this too. In this Consortium News article, it has a link to the podcast.
You know what I really love?
What?
I love when all the Hillary shills on Twitter that work for ShareBlue start saying "lock her up" about Jane Sanders while they support Hillary Clinton.
Okay, I want to know what's the story. What's the story with Jane Sanders? Because I really haven't read a whole lot about it. I've heard it, and my dad asked me yesterday, "What's going on? Why are they bothering Bernie's wife?"
Okay,
There's
it was
really
when
nothing
she
there,
was.
but yeah.
If anybody knows more than I do, feel free. I haven't followed it recently. I read about it a long time ago because I figured it would come up. Huh?
Basically, there was a misunderstanding between a church and a bank, and whenever she filled out paperwork, she didn't know.
There was an issue with, like, yes, something about expanding the college.
Expanding the school, right.
Right. And then when she left, they're saying, oh, she got a golden parachute, some kind of whatever severance when she left her job. But
Yeah.
I think
kind of convoluted.
I think it's stupid nothing, really. And it's just like the Russia thing. They're digging for any little, tiny thing they can find. It's stupid.
What happened was she had to fill out paperwork, financials, to get a loan for the expansion, and she did the financials on the expected normal contributions that they would have. However, one of their donors did not come through on the amount they pledged, and they did not have adequate funding. That's what happened. So although it was okay for Hillary to do the same thing and to short $80 by $90 billion, I don't remember exactly, was it at 90 billion or 900 billion? Either way, it was a lot of money for Haiti at a time when they needed the money. They didn't get any of the money raised. It all went to people affiliated with Hillary. But yet this normal operation for a school to use their projected income, including what they expected for donations, suddenly that becomes a crime, whereas the distributions of funds already collected for a purpose being diverted to the Clinton Foundation as a donation instead don't get any kind of scrutiny at all.
Just respond to those Neratandon assholes with Haiti and Uranium One, stuff like that.
Well, what I like to do is, like, whenever they say that Bernie wouldn't have won the general election, I say, look at who's the most popular politician in the country right now, and look at one of the only people who is less popular than Donald Trump. That's still Hillary Clinton. If the election were held today, she'd lose again, worse than the first time.
Yeah, it's
But
fascinating.
remember, October 28th, I was going to be your president.
All the
Yeah, I got
electoral.
blocked by a Hillbot on Twitter today, actually.
Wow.
They just kept. Yeah, it's amazing how these people operate. Like, I think
They just
Jimmy
want to
Dore
trigger people.
sums it up pretty well. But they literally, as some part of them typically, I think, knows. Like Joanne Reed is like the ultimate example. I'm sorry, I always bring her up.
She's triggered.
But some part of these people know that they can't argue with somebody like Bernie on the substance. They can't argue against the policy. They can't argue against what he actually talks about and represents. So they have no choice in their own minds, I guess, in their own circles, but to just resort to sleazy personal attacks and just all kinds of nonsense and smears and just like making crap up. This guy on Twitter today was insisting that that Bernie got his idea for free college from Hillary. And like, how do you even say that and not be ashamed of yourself? It's unbelievable the way these people are. But yeah, then this guy goes and like blocks everybody who had just basically made a fool of him and posted links and everything showing how wrong he was.
It just feels like these Hillary Clinton supporters and Hillary Clinton herself are in a safe space. Like, I don't like to call it the bubble. I just like calling it the safe space because honestly, it just feels like they absorbed like the PC culture a little too much and they became too politically correct themselves that they actually don't correct themselves on their own bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
That's honestly how I really see
It's not that. It's just that they're completely insane and they get paid like I don't know how much per tweet, but they have to get paid per tweet. Like I'm pretty sure that super PAC she's got a few super PACs that she started after she lost that pay these people. And like the way you can tell is like all of them like each other's tweets the second they post. So like they'll post and right after they post it, it'll have 6 likes, even though it's only been like 2 seconds. Because like they all have nothing else to do. That's their full-time job.
And they can
is to say I'm with her. In all of their bios, they have I'm with her, and like their profile picture is like a sketch of Hillary that's like super flattering, and
they never can just go back and forth with you. They always have to like call on their other goons and like hit each other, like tag each other in and stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's what with me. They had this like thing. They were like plugging my friend and I's name, like our Twitter handles, into this machine that's supposed to tell you if somebody's a troll. And it was telling them that I scored the highest you can possibly score, and that I was a Russian agent troll. And I was like, "Yep, me with my Italian last name. I'm so freaking Russian." I was like, "They pay me 30 rubles per tweet, guys."
Right. Well, I just call myself a Putin puppet. It's easier that way.
Just get it out in the open.
Right. My Russian friend will be here tomorrow.
Oh, Las Vidania.
Really, she's coming tomorrow. But yeah, that's just a funny coincidence that I happened to one of my closest friends back home is from Russia. Anyway.
So here's what's going on. Oh, what flag? What is that a? Oh, look at that drone. That's awesome.
Nice.
That is a big freaking dude. Are you delivering stuff for FedEx?
No, not for FedEx.
Oh.
I hope it's a drone, because if it's for a colonoscopy, that's going to hurt.
Way to go, bro. Way to bring those images back. So what is that for, if you don't mind me asking? It is anything goes. What is that for?
They give you a repeat first, so.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
What is it for? What's going on?
Oh, that's actually for surveillance.
Ah.
Nice thoughts, eh?
Kind of like what the Fly is doing now. You guys ever thought about that? That came in my head day one he was here, man. I was like, he's watching us.
No, the Fly's good.
Well, the Fly is going to be my Secretary of Defense when I'm president, so.
Good deal.
That's cool. Look at that.
Nice.
Dildo. What is it? What is it?
That's a robot.
I thought I'm kidding. That's what it looks like a robot.
Looks like a greeter bot.
Are you at liberty to tell us any more about it?
Not entirely.
Oh, okay. Mystery is good. Well, I know what I was gonna say. Something about PC culture, like about language and stuff, given what James just said. No, I wonder. I thought that might be an interesting topic because we've been discussing that quite a bit. Just about, you hear a lot of that from Trump voters. They're sick of. Oh,
nice.
I'll be quiet a minute. What is this?
It's another drone.
Huh.
I love that stuff, the technology. So my daughter is leaving Holloman Air Force Base. The Fly, do you know where Holloman Air Force Base is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, that's alarming that you know that. But because that is where the drone project is done, and now I know he knows that. So, and she did most of the admin stuff, but when I first knew that she was being stationed over there, I said, "Hey, give me a picture and show me what's going on at work." And then she goes, "I can't." And I'm texting her. And this is like before work. So she sends me a picture of her in the bathroom. And I go, you can't show me a picture of you at your desk with your friends hanging around? She goes, "No, I'll get shot." Like literally shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. It's like super top secret drone technology. So here's what I think about drones, and I got to tell you guys this. This is important because our nation, for the stats, 222 years we've been at war. For the 240 years that we've been a nation, and we've killed 20 million people in these victimized countries, I would say. So just about 10 or 15 years ago, we were carpet bombing. You guys know what carpet bombing is? Yes, you do. It's like throwing a bunch of Skittles, at some ants and they all explode. Okay. So now we design drones, and I understand the technology is more precise, but these things are getting smaller, quicker, and more powerful. That's what's happening. So I don't really believe in blowing up things, but if we're going to go in a direction to be more precise to protect the country and our interests, then I think strategically it's good for us to have something that's, it's hard to say this.
Turn them around and use them on us.
I know, right? That's what I was going to say.
I'm telling you. I mean,
that's what I was going to say.
You got to think about that because they are. Trust me, they're thinking about that. These people down here get out of control. Boom, boom, boom.
Coming into us.
Story that ran a couple months back where it was so bizarre, and I tried to find more info about it, but there was some situation where they had a guy shooting people from the roof, and the way the article went is, so we sent the bomb robot up there to take him out. And I was like, wait a minute. Needle record rip. Bomb robot? What is that? So I went back. No explanation. It's sort of almost like they were saying, "Oh yeah, so we sent him a bouquet of flowers," something like. But here's the thing. So how did this thing know who to blow up? Does it have facial recognition?
Yeah,
Did it just sort of guess?
Yeah.
This is disturbing shit, man.
Yeah.
It really is.
You guys know what a sparkler is? You know what a sparkler is for surface-to-air missiles? I know that the Fly knows.
I've heard of it, yeah.
A sparkler. I'll tell you what a sparkler is, and I learned this when I was in the military. Graham knows what a sparkler is. Yeah. So a sparkler is when you paint a target with a laser, you pull the trigger, and about 30 seconds after that, a Patriot or whatever freaking missile comes right past your head and hits that target you're holding it on. So I'm just saying there's lots of, and when I hear somebody saying, "Well, I've got my guns in case the military decides to come to my door, I'm going to be able to defend myself."
Hilarious.
I'm just saying, that's, Ariel, we talked about this. It's not going to happen. Mm-hmm. They have stuff that's crazy.
Yeah.
But the other thing, the point I was trying to make is war is stupid, period, and we are only defending ourselves from the stuff that I believe we've created. I mean, the proof is all there. Jimmy talks about it. Everybody else, anybody in real news is talking.
Okay, wait, guys. I'm sorry this is unrelated, but I have a question. Why is Hillary Clinton's platform page still up and running?
What?
Good question.
That's just a fucking waste of server space.
Well, no. Think about it.
running
Why
again.
why would it still be up and running, though?
Oh, crap.
Because she's probably
I have a
hoping to
related
repackage
question.
and rebrand herself and try again soon.
Yeah,
2020.
That's why all these trolls are still out there trying to quote correct the record.
I had a dream
She's gonna try to have one more shot at it.
I had a dream a couple months ago that
And that's why they were all going so crazy, and I was getting hundreds and hundreds of spam from them today. Is because Bernie was just saying he's not going to rule out a 2020 run just today.
Right.
What's the
Are
related
you sure
question?
Hillary had a platform? That site might have been made after the campaign.
She didn't in real life, but on her website there was one.
It's all bullshit. I'm reading it.
Interesting.
It's a fake news website.
It is. The first thing she says, okay, this is good. This is good. I'm glad Lucas brought this up. The war, nobody wants to talk about that. But the first box of her platform, fair tax system, making sure the wealthy, Wall Street, and corporations pay their fair share in taxes. Like, what a load of crap.
I'm going to go tell them to cut it out.
Yeah.
Cut it out.
I think didn't Obama at some point, not too long ago, he used that phrase. I forget where it was, but he said something like cutting it out. I was like, oh my God, no.
Well, I just remember that she was saying that whenever she said she's going to be tough on Wall Street, and she's like, I went down there and I told them to cut it out.
And it's funny because that was like the same era that she was giving speeches to like Goldman, telling them about how rich people are discriminated against in this country.
What were you going to say earlier, Ariel?
Oh, I was just going to talk to Lucas a little bit about, he likes the Dmitry Orlov as well. And just talking about like technology and the whole thing. And Orlov talks a lot about what he calls the technosphere and how, it used to be that inventions, technology, etc., were there to serve the people, but now it's more increasingly the people that are serving the technology, which really creates this dual world where there's the real world and then there's the technosphere world, and it starts to create its own sort of artificial intelligence, and it's going to start doing things beyond our control, and we are constantly at its service. We have to service it constantly. We're working for it, not the other way around. So things have really become very skewed. And that's where we're at. People think, they think that it's still that way, but it's not at all. It's like there's this extra layer of existence that most people have no idea that they're in. It's almost like, being in a layer that's just, it's almost like a fake world. And so, that's increasingly a problem. And of course, a lot of people have said that the AI is going to kill us all off, but it's more likely it's just going to start taking our jobs. I mean, that's what it's already doing in every grocery store. What a crazy thing. They've got these computer checkouts, so that they don't have to employ or pay as many people. That's just a small example. But I know that Lucas knows about that guy too. And I'm curious to hear what his thoughts might be about it, if he has any.
Yeah, it just reminds me of the time we were talking about, are we the ones that are mass producing the corn, or did the corn convince us to mass produce it? It's like,
Right.
like we're just servants of the corn, and that's why corn is taking over the planet.
Children of the corn.
So the corn, wheat, and soy controls our gut bacteria, and therefore it controls our brains.
Right.
Everything is on a cob.
Well, basically,
Hey guys,
what
I'm
we're
gonna
doing is
take off and go to bed. Great hanging out with y'all. Love you all.
take care.
Thanks, Greg.
Oh,
Hey, Greg.
Thanks for coming on, bro.
yeah, I think he was on till like 4 in the morning last night.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, like I woke up at like 2 p.m., so I don't really want to repeat that here, but I had an awesome time last night. It's always
Hey, wait.
good.
Hey, wait, Greg, I got a question for you.
Oh,
Greg,
yeah,
Greg,
go
I got
ahead,
a
man.
quick question for you. The question is when you guys are on the phone, can you guys watch on YouTube, or do you guys watch on YouTube, or yes?
I haven't. This is only the third of these calls I've been on.
Okay.
I haven't done that, but I might do it like next time.
Yeah, I'm not saying you have to. I was just wondering,
Farther away.
because the thing is when you have a mic and you have a video camera, we have access to all kinds of anything goes and after hours powers, because we chat amongst ourselves and we send messages and stuff like that. And
Well, it's also just when you're on here and you're on video, it's much easier for all of us to kind of get a read, like, oh, this person is like waiting to say something. It's a lot. It's a lot easier. So, not that you can't join if some people might not want to be on video, and we'll work with that. But sometimes it's just more difficult. That's all. But we'll work. Whatever.
Yeah, I think I'll put it up on my TV next time, because I do kind of feel like when I'm just sitting here on the phone, I'm definitely like missing a lot of cues and stuff, probably.
Yeah. Just
you can't
watch.
see you raise your hand, stuff like that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, good night, Greg. Talk to you soon.
Good night, Kelly. Good night, everyone.
yeah, so the reason why I said that, I wanted to let everybody know, and thank you for adding on to that, because when you come on the phone, you're at a disadvantage. Can't have your hand up. You're not seeing the cues. We don't know if you really want to say something. You're not doing like me, all frantic and stuff to say something. Yeah, I know. but anyway, so it is an advantage to have a mic and a video.
But I mean, some people, if you really don't want to be on YouTube, I understand that too.
Yeah. If you don't want to be seen, that's fine. That's fine.
If a secret spy wants to come on,
like The Fly,
James Comey, buddy, they might not. Julian Assange, they might not.
He's on right now at the CIA going, that James guy is on to me.
Yeah.
Telling you what, one day I'm gonna get a bomb robot at my door.
I know, right? That looks like a dildo.
Yeah, that's what I think when I see that picture. I think, oh, it's a bomb robot.
Yeah.
My daughter and I were walking out of a clothing store, my 12-year-old, not too long ago, and there was one of those like toy, helicopter things somewhere in the shopping center that a kid was playing with, and it was flying over my head.
Cool.
And I wasn't paying attention at first. I thought I'm like getting swarmed by, bees or something. And I was like, what the hell? Oh, it's one of those. And I said, oh, maybe it's a drone. And I made a joke.
Yeah.
My 12-year-old daughter says, maybe you've been tweeting about WikiLeaks too much.
Oh, snap.
Well, I'll tell you what, I was outside in the garden the other day, and there was some guys coming out of like the cornfield in the woods up the hill from me in suits with sunglasses on. And like I was wondering what the heck was going on, and I went in the stairs, and then they ended up knocking on the front door, and I was like freaking out and didn't know what to do. And so I like went around and like looked out the garage door window, and I saw that one of them had cleaning supplies, and I realized they were salesmen. But it was so weird because they were salesmen wearing full suits with bow ties and sunglasses, and it was like they looked like Secret Service agents.
Oh,
it was
my
crazy.
God.
I was like, afraid that I had done something.
Oh my God.
Like the Men in Black.
Yeah.
I guess we're pretty.
Hey guys.
Oh, hi.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Hey, did you hear about this case? It's been reported in other news in other places. Up here in Pennsylvania, where 4 guys disappeared.
No.
Nobody heard about that?
Thank you. We don't want. So you deliver us the news that it's coming out of. Well, I don't know. Where all are you getting this from?
Can you say it again, Cheryl, please?
Was it on CNN?
There were 4 guys that went missing. 2 went missing like on Wednesday, and then 2 of them went missing on Friday. So for 2 weeks now, they've been looking for them.
Who are they?
Yeah, who are they?
Well, they had their names, but I just was watching breaking news tonight where they found something. But they got the guy in custody. His bail is like $5 million. And he comes from a family with money, and he owned a concrete business up in Ben Salem.
So is this on CNN or something?
and the CNN probably didn't even report on that crap.
Okay, local.
But other news outlets did, like Heavy.com did.
Oh, okay.
I saw it on there. Yeah, and tonight they just found one of the guy's bodies in a 12-foot grave on their property, because they got several properties.
No.
Was it the 20-year-old guy that they took in custody in that, and the 4 guys, they like knew each other? They were all like in their 20s?
Yeah, but I don't know if they knew each other, because they never said that they knew each other.
Well, I read a story online if it's the same thing, and like two of them worked together, and then another one was a friend of theirs, and I don't know about the 4th, if it's the same thing. And then the guy who owned the big property, the big farm and that, was like a friend of theirs. They took him into custody on a different charge to hold him till they investigated.
Yeah, because he even tried to sell one of the victims' vehicles to a friend for $500.
Wow.
And they found it on his property.
Yeah, I saw something, it was yesterday or the day before. I think it was yesterday on that. I don't know what the updates are on it.
Yeah, well, the night they found remains, I'm like, darn, I'm normally hearing about a 6-foot grave, not a 12-foot grave.
No, I guess a lot of us tune out mainstream news so much that when they do actually get off the Russia story and report something real, maybe we miss some of it, huh? So thank you for filling us in, Shirley.
I know. And our news reporter, Shirley, is on the scene.
Right. Well, it doesn't seem like there's enough local news, covering real stories.
That's a big story. I was like, because it kept hustling me for a couple of weeks. I was like, where are these 4 guys at? How they disappear? This is crazy. It sounds like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh, okay. I see this. It's in what part of Pennsylvania is it? Where's Bucks County?
Bucks County is they got property up in Ben Salem and another county and I forgot the other county's name.
Is that near Philly?
Huh?
Is that near Philly where you are?
Yeah, it's not far from Philadelphia.
Okay.
But they have a huge property. They own this one property, and it's acres.
Cross country road. Sorry. That's bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was a really kind of creepy story. The guy they're holding is like 20 years old, and I guess he knew at least some of these guys ahead of time, and and I know they were going to inspect the property, but the last I had heard, Shirley must have heard something more recent where they actually found some remains in that. But yeah, it's really.
Yeah, the guy's known to have a mental disorder too.
That makes sense.
And he's the heir of his family's estate, so I guess they may lose everything. 4 family members probably dead.
So they've only found one?
They only found one tonight. They still got to keep digging and digging and digging, because I thought they might have put them under concrete. Because I'm like, whoa, they're in the concrete business. Well, maybe he put them under concrete.
So, hold on. I was telling, just to let you guys know, the conference for the Green Party is tomorrow. Or is it tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. It starts this weekend or whatever. I don't know if you're a fan. Don't care. But here's the thing. I don't know if you guys know this name. He's the Real Progressive. You know who this guy is?
Steve
Grumbine.
Steve Grumbine. He's excellent.
Oh, yeah, I know Steve Grumbine.
Well, check. This is really odd, okay? Because I watch him. I've commented a few times. The guy's on fire.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah. And he butt dialed me today. And no, I mean, he seriously, This is serious. He butt dialed me, and it was just very odd. It was very odd, but he was talking about getting packed, how he's got to produce all this stuff he's talking about. You know, I'm not going to tell you all the details, but
Wait. So you've talked to him before, so he had your number? Is that what you're-
this is the weird part. This is the first time we've ever spoken together. First time.
Okay.
First time we ever talk. I sent him some information because I know a few of the people that he knows in the Green Party. You know, there's a few people I know he knows, but he knows a lot of the big people because I'm new to I'm like months old to the Green Party, right? So he butt dials me. I'm listening. So I'm trying to Facebook him a message. Going, dude, you're butt dialing me, right? So he goes. Then he finally gets on the phone and he tells me he's going out there and all this other stuff. And we start talking. And I invite him to the show. So when he gets back, because he's only going to be there for a day, he might come on. And I've said this about Hard Bastard, but I don't know if that person will ever come on. For all I know, the Fly could be Hard Bastard. But the thing is he wants to come on. He's excited. He wants to say hi to everybody.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, but I was really stoked. That's just a really interesting way to meet somebody for the first time.
Yeah. Yeah, I've watched several of his kind of long Facebook video posts.
Yeah, he goes pretty long. That's why I can't, yeah.
But like I watched one where he tells about like his personal story, just kind of like who he was, and I think he worked in IT, but just how he was and how much he's changed and like why he cares about everything he's doing now. It was pretty cool. But yeah, I follow him on Twitter, but I haven't ever had any communication. That would be very cool if they come on.
He's really big in the progressive world. He's got a lot of hits, a lot of views. He says he talks with Tim Black. He knows he's spent time with H.A. Goodman.
I think Tim interviewed him a while back.
Yeah, that's what he mentioned that.
Yeah.
He did.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Steve Drumbine.
Jamar going to interview him on Monday.
Who?
I look forward to it.
Jamar Thomas.
Oh, okay. So, I got the impression that maybe that there's kind of another wing, I guess you would call it, that maybe he and the same progressive quality. I mean, I don't want to put people in camps, but it seems like there's more communication over there on that side, maybe. I don't know.
I think you're right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. That's what I keep saying about the Green Party. I don't think they're very unified. I'm being told to go to these Sunday meetings, the first Sunday of the month, and I don't want to go.
I'll tell you, I've been to a few. They're good. Yeah, they're good.
Okay.
They're not bad.
Well, now I'm going to have to go since Bram said they're going to go. But I mean, I'm not. The thing about the Green Party is now is like the most prime time to come out and sell your message. Here it is. You can go with this, or you can go with this, or us. You know what I mean? And they're just not doing that. And I actually told Stephen tonight, which I think was kind of one of those moments that Ariel would agree with. It's probably an astrological moment that we had, because he's pretty big on the scale of greens out there. And I told him, get the message out. Single payer, education, no wars, infrastructure, social justice, and the list goes on of a lot of things that Jimmy Dore and Tim talk about and everybody else. And I got it to him, I think, in time, and I think he's gonna kind of spread that word, because the Greens are either too general when they talk about things, or they're too specific and they lay it out in long paragraphs. Bullet points, branding. Bullet points, branding.
Well, we talked about this before. I think there's just a difficult thing in trying to reach independence also. That the Green Party just being called the Green Party. You know, it's got these connotations with certain people. I always use the example, you know, old white farmer dude in Indiana. I don't know. That was probably for Bernie. I mean, Green Party is Prius driving, tofu eating. It's fine with me, but I'm just saying, I think it's going to be difficult. You're right. They need to stay on the message and not be talking so, I don't know, abstract or, but I don't know. I don't know. I have a hard time picturing a lot of, some of those blue collar workers, you know, people that ended up voting for Trump, that were for Bernie, that went for Trump. I have a hard time seeing those guys going for the Green Party. I mean, I don't know.
You do know. You're saying what you know, and you know what you know. When I hear people say, I don't know, don't say that, because you know what you know, and that's what you know. So that's why you're telling us what you know.
I know.
So here's, you guys got that, right? So what's happening? I'm not drinking coffee and I'm not on drugs, but here's the thing. People, planet, peace, or peace, planet, people. They go by that, which I think people, planet is good, but our instinctive, the way this country has been at war for 22 years out of the 240, a lot of us aren't really, and I think Ariel would agree, and a lot of you guys would agree, that I don't think at our core, we're very peaceful.
No, but I agree with you, but here's the thing. What I like about the Green Party is that it calls all of these things out. You know what I'm saying? And it's the effort is to change the narrative and basically get people to start looking at themselves. Mm-hmm. That's the direction we need to go. If we're not willing to do that, then we've already lost. You see what I'm saying? At least someone is calling that out and saying that we need to take a look at these things and start addressing them, right?
Yeah, but when you have people that are trying to figure out how the hell they're going to make it from one payday to the next and pay their health insurance, they're kind of going, the planet, okay. I mean, I just think that for some people, it's really hard to think in those big, broad terms. Like, the sea levels are rising. They're out in Arkansas, and when's the last time they saw the, you know, I mean, they're just struggling from day to day just to survive. It's hard to worry about the planet or endangered species unless it can be explained in a way like, okay, we're going to have a wheat shortage, you know, crop shortage, and this is going to affect food supply, and you know what I mean, until it gets and I don't mean to say that they have tunnel because they're dumb. They just have tunnel. They have to, because they're focusing on survival in their environment.
What it is, it's a major paradigm shift that you're looking at. And it's really not as massive as it appears in some ways, because if there was some way to really adequately express or get the message across that taking care of the planet and taking care of people's health are not separate, they go hand in hand. When you do one, you do the other. When you take care of the planet, you take care of the people. When you take care of the water, you take care of the people. They go together. And I think that what James is kind of getting at is that the hard thing to really unroot people out of, because they're so entrenched in a culture of violence and war perpetrated on other countries, is a lot of Americans are just not comfortable with letting go of the idea of having the most bombs on the planet. They still want to be the big bully on the block. Whether they think it that way or not, it's hard for people to get around the fact of letting go of that. So when they hear peace, they go, what? We're going to sit around hippie drum circle and sing Kumbaya? I don't think so.
Well, you also have, like Dawn, I think, was talking about, you know, and a lot of people have been talking about, that the military is like one of the only options for some people.
Right.
You know, $100,000 of student loan debt are going to the military.
Right.
So you have that, and that's part of the culture.
That's how they have it set it up, and that's why they keep them in the high schools, basically inner city neighborhoods.
Yep. That's right.
I think that's why we need to do a better job of explaining, like, when you talk about like polar bears going extinct, like, that's so like distant and like not tangible for these people. Like I know around here, like a lot of people, it's like something that you worry about tomorrow. You got to survive today. And so, like there's so many ways. Like I think we're overly worried about national security here. Like as if we're like, I don't know, in danger when we have the largest military, but like, explain to them like how climate change will definitely affect our national security. Or, talk to them about, like you said, health effects that they're suffering from, like right now that we have to deal with. Talk about like the electric bills when they're going to have to run their air conditioner, like 24/7. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to reach people, but it has to be specific to like those areas and those like, corners of America where, those people are like that. So it's like, we need like a lot of people like on the ground level, like going out and talking to people.
I'm always of the belief that sometimes you don't have to change things very much to change them a lot. Just giving people access to basic health care across the country would change a lot. And that's only one issue. If people are suddenly less stressed about that kind of thing, they are going to become more creative, more innovative, more self-sufficient, more independent, But the whole idea, like I get back to, of separating everything into a little, separate circle of its own, it doesn't work because one thing begets the other. They're all intertwined. And I mean, people are worried about jobs. Good grief. Look at Germany creating so many jobs in green energy. Boom, boom, boom.
Right.
We need green energy big time.
Well, I mean, okay, like think about, like it would be not hard at all to fix the problems we have. It's like number one, single-payer health care. Number two, free public college education for everyone in the country who wants it. Number three, universal basic income. And on top of that, of a government federal jobs guarantee for anyone who wants one. If you want to work, then you'll have a job in infrastructure.
Start opening up.
Hey, real quick, is that Kevin?
I can't tell who is down there at the bottom. I don't know.
I said hand up.
The sound.
He said hand up. Kevin said hand up.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So the sound is off a little.
Sorry.
Well, does the Green
That's because
Party...
everybody else's sound is drowning me out.
I can't hear you, Kev.
Yeah, somebody's typing.
Typing away.
I'm sorry, that might have been me. Sorry about that.
All right.
So does
I have a story. I have a brother. He did 20-something years in the military, and the Army.
Mm-hmm.
And he praises it. And he's like, oh, sure, you should let your son join the military. I'm like, hell no, he ain't fighting nobody's war.
No.
He said, oh, it did great things for me. And we got in a debate. We got a debate about Syria. He said, well, Assad is a bad guy. I'm like, well, I don't know what you talking about. Assad then saved about 500,000 of his people, and we are arming the rebels over there in Syria. He couldn't believe it. He said, oh, my God, you don't believe Assad is gassing his own people? No, he's not.
You're right back.
You're very brave.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I've gone to schools and have talked to kids about trying to find another way. Joining the military is not what it once was. It's a horrible idea. You're working for a corporation, essentially. You're not working for freedom. You're not. That's not the point anymore. It hasn't been for quite a long time. You're putting your life on the line for a corporation at this point.
Yeah.
Joining the military.
I remember Muhammad Ali. He told them, I ain't going to Vietnam. The Viet Cong didn't do nothing to me.
Yeah.
And he went to jail for it and lost a lot of money.
I think the quote was, the VC ain't my enemy, you ain't my enemy, and if you want to take me, then take me.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, the military, I think you make great people, but you can make great people anywhere outside the military. You end up bonding. I mean, the whole strategy for the military and the chain of command is to be oppressed as the people who have to follow orders. And when you're oppressed by your own command, you really gel really well with the people around you because you have to cooperate in order to complete your mission. So you get some really good camaraderie, like brotherhood, sisterhood, whatever, you know, people who are in the service. And I think that's probably like the best part. You're not going to get a lot of pay unless you are overseas, an officer, and you know or if you're enlisted, you re-enlist and you do it outside the U.S. where it's tax-free. You get danger pay, a whole bunch of other stuff. You know, you do your service, get out after 1 or 2 tours, and if you are in a good tech field, you can go ahead and join the privatized side of how military operates. So for example, all the radar equipment that's used in the ships, the military doesn't create that, they contract that out. So when you know how to fix it and operate it, when you leave, you go and find them and you have them say, hey, I just left the military, you know, I know this equipment really well, and you know what, you're gonna be being paid like $100,000 contract, you know, salary, whatever it costs, way more than you would be in the military. And so, you know, you get some benefits, but it's all what you do with it afterwards. The military itself, you know, the heroic part, that's not going to happen because look how many people end up getting, what's that?
PTSD.
Yeah, PTSD. Anyways, that's my stint. Sorry.
So were you in the military? You were?
I was in the U.S. Navy. I was.
Oh, okay.
Me too. Go figure.
Wow. How long?
4 years, just about.
What about you, Brian?
10.
10. Wow. Did you guys get shipped off somewhere far, or where did you go?
Go ahead, Bram. I'll go.
Mainly the Persian Gulf. I signed up in February of 2001. So I didn't realize what I was getting myself into. I don't think anybody did really at that point. Well, I'm sure some did.
Great timing there.
Yeah, really great timing. So yeah, yeah, I ended up in the Persian Gulf for 2 deployments. One on the JFK, the other on the George Washington. It wasn't bad, but they were long deployments. They were pretty long deployments.
You're on Westpac from California on the JFK?
No. I was stationed in Virginia.
Okay. Yeah, so I was, I think I signed up on late 1998, and then I think my boot camp was in early 99 maybe, and then got stationed on a Carl Vinson, which is a nuclear aircraft carrier, stationed in Bremerton, Washington. We're on Westpac tours, so that went over to the Middle East, where we would have been probably bombing Iraq before 9/11, right? And so 9/11 happened while I was on there. You know, I was trying to get out as a, you know, I don't want to bomb people, so I was like, this ain't for me. So I was in the brig for 26 days, and 4 days off for good behavior, I guess. And I was out. So that was that.
Wow.
But it was good. I think it was one of my best experiences in life. As bad as that sounds, of everything that went on.
I can't imagine boot camp.
Oh, the boot camp stories are the best.
Boot camp really wasn't. I didn't have a problem in boot camp. Boot camp really wasn't all that bad. I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a nightmare.
Oh,
it really wasn't all that bad.
It was really good as long as all you do is follow orders. And
as long as you keep your head down, you did as you were told, you were fine. It was the people who tried to, you know, do things their own way that had problems.
Yeah, like people who want to assume the leadership position. People would like piss in their boots while they're sleeping at night. You know, they would put their toothpaste in their boots. They would like crap in their socks. You know, you don't want to be against everyone else. So, and there's some, which is sad because there's some people who really rely on wanting to be in the military. In boot camp, you could tell because they know that it's going to create the opportunities to them that they normally wouldn't. Like there are a couple of people who just couldn't read. They weren't that smart, and I would be there trying to train them because there's this thing. I'm not sure if it was 10 lines or 12 lines. What is it, Bram? But you have to memorize them. They're like the Navy code of something. I forgot. But basically, there's 12 lines.
You have to. Good grief!
You
I
know
what you're talking.
Yeah. So basically, say someone says sound off Navy.
Sailor's Creed. The Sailor's Creed.
The Sailor's Creed. Okay. Number 4. So you'd have to remember what Sailor's Creed number 4 was and recite it out to your petty officer. And so, someone just couldn't remember any of it, even the first 2 lines. And I tried for hours because if they couldn't recite those, they would just have to get kicked out of boot camp, and they really wanted to stay in. And there are some people who just something about them that wasn't right. Like one guy just kind of, for some reason, put his underwear in the corner when it was dirty of the barracks, and he wouldn't put it in his dirty hamper. There'd be a guy who would whenever he hears a clicking pen, he would just go crazy and start yelling at people to stop. There's it's just kind of fun, crazy stories. One of the guys that everyone hated, he ended up having sex with a female recruit, like a boot camper, and had gonorrhea. It's just kind of crazy stuff. I would sneak in with a couple others because when you'd have to have watches. I mean, I was okay because I didn't need a lot of sleep. So, but I would still kind of fall asleep. So we'd go in and we would make coffee from where because I was a yeoman, so I had access to the petty officer's office. So I would help make coffee for some of the other people who were on watch, and put it in the canteen just so they could stay up and make sure that no one gets caught. I'd sneak in like extra food, apples, whatever, and put it in the yeoman bag. Hope I don't get caught while I'm going from one place to another. And like people who are just starving, just have them eat it in the barracks and flush it down the toilet when they're done. So it was kind of cool because you try to get away with as much stuff, and if you do get in trouble, you just either have to repeat a week or another week, or you get kicked out, or you just have to do a whole bunch of exercises that they force you to do. They can't do a lot of things that they used to. Like one of our petty officers was, when you hydrate, you'd have to drink your canteen, and they have it so at that point you couldn't drink all of your canteen, fill it up, and keep drinking until you're just full bloated of water, and keep doing workouts that they force you to do because you guys are in trouble. Anyways, it was really fun and interesting.
What is that, James?
The Blue Jackets Manual.
It's the Blue Jackets Manual, and it's called the Military Code of Conduct. I wasn't in that long either. But it's the out of 83 people, only 38 made it to the end of boot camp. So what happens is they sift through people, they play mind games, not just mentally and physically, and then next thing you know, you're there with just a few people because everybody's kind of been weeded out. For most of the guys, the first week, get tested for drugs and they're gone. most of them, from what I remember.
So, off topic. Sorry, Michael just came back and he said he saw a picture of Ariel at the bar. Ariel.
What? Oh no! It looks like Betty Page.
Is that Betty Page? Because she looks like Betty Page.
She was a Southern girl like me. She was from the same place in Tennessee my dad's from. It's so funny. She was very down to earth. She never thought of herself as being revolutionary, or she was just doing a job, and she enjoyed, posing for pictures, and it paid more than her office job, and so she said, "Sure, why not?"
She was very good at what she did.
Oh, she was awesome, amazing person. She was a Taurus. Very, very interesting. Taurus with Cancer moon and Pisces rising. Just like Kelly, the Pisces rising.
Yeah, speaking of, you want to do that?
Yeah, do you want to go ahead and do the session, Kelly?
Yeah, we could. Are you guys gonna stay on a bit? Eric's gonna host for a while longer, or?
You want to do that tonight, Kelly?
Yeah, I think Eric. Well, we're just gonna do this separately.
We've been trying to get together on her chart for a while.
So she was gonna do it for me, but
got it floating around somewhere here.
Would you guys want to do it like?
There she
necessarily.
All your secrets revealed.
Oh, okay. So in regards, you guys, in
Maybe
regards to
we'll
the,
do that, and we'll come back.
Do you want to do it like a dedicated session tomorrow night or something? Just kind of like how Ariel had it with me, and we don't. We can't. That way we don't interrupt with questions.
That would be kind of nice, Ebon, because we tried the FaceTime application, but the sound from Kelly's end was not great. I think because in the hotel she's in, the connection is a little sketchy.
Okay.
Although, actually, it's better tonight. Some guy came today and did something, so it may be okay. The owner, because Michael kept getting booted off during meetings today, so we had to call. I think it's fixed.
Oh, okay.
Just let me know, and I'll just host it tomorrow, and you guys have it.
Well, I don't know. I might want to do it. I don't know if I want to hear it on YouTube.
no, I'm telling you, it's freaking hilarious. I'm going to tell you, because I watched Evans. I watched Evans, and Evan the whole time's like.
Everybody's different, James. You know, everybody.
Yeah. His facial expressions, I was rolling on the floor.
Another good thing to have it recorded, Kelly, is that you can always rewatch it. Like.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
It's really up to
and
you.
everybody else can too.
Okay, right.
I can do it any which way. It's your session, so it's really up to you.
Okay. I don't know.
But yeah, no, it's funny. A lot of people they'll talk a lot through reading or ask tons of questions, and some people tell you a whole lot about themselves. Some people don't say anything. Some people just absorb it. So I'm kind of used to everything that, quiet or talking or anything in between. It's fine. It's
okay.
It's cool no matter.
I need to be up early. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I need to get.
Good night,
Bye, Graham. Have a good one. Take care.
Night.
Good night.
So, yeah, Ariel, I don't know. I think I kind of like to just do it not recorded.
Yeah. Most people don't record their readings.
Yeah.
That's more usual. Yeah.
So.
Sometimes I say that a lot of times if you do have it recorded, you can tend to overthink certain things. Whereas if you don't record it, you kind of just absorb the main points that you were sort of meant to get. So it's like it works either way. It can work either way. But I think like with the Ebon, it's good to record it your first time because it's like there's a lot of just basic information that is not super changeable in that first session.
Okay, so I think we're gonna sign off then and go.
Yeah, we're gonna go.
Okay.
I'll come back on if Eric doesn't want to. Eric, did you want to stop hosting? I mean,
at 1, like I have stuff to do.
10 minutes, so.
I could keep going. I think Stevie can help me out after she's done talking on the phone.
So who do you want me to give the hosting?
I could take it back.
Okay.
I can reclaim host, so you don't have to give it back.
Okay.
Hey guys, I'm gonna leave too. I'm hung out here till 3 in the morning this morning, so
right.
I'm gonna get me some
Good
rest.
night, Shirley.
Good night,
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Okay, we'll be back, I guess, right?
All right, see you guys. We'll be
Triggered! Triggered!
I want to watch it. Okay, so all right, so back to the military.
We'll see y'all later. I'll be back.
I so want to watch that.
You know what? I'll head out too.
Okay, so
early head start. So bye, everybody. Have a good night.
Right,
have
good
a
night,
good
Eric. Thanks.
Okay, this
I'll
looks
still
like
be
in
around
regards to
in
the
the
military. In regards to the military. Good night, Eric.
No.
So I talked about this a little bit, and I thought it was important to bring up because I am pro-defense in regards to the military, but I think the major reason why we have a military is because all the proof has shown that we've started our own battles. that we've created this giant mess. So now we have 5 branches of the military that's defending us kind of against ourselves. So hopefully in the future that won't happen. But we are definitely needed. There's no doubt that we've made enough enemies over the 222 years that we've been bombing and killing and shooting people all over the planet, that we need us. So we need a military. We need to recruit people. I don't think we should ever have a draft. I think that's stupid unless every Congress member or every city council member or legislator or judiciary or executive will offer their child as well, which they won't.
Well, I think that we should have it be that we should have a nationwide referendum every time we want to go to war, and everyone who votes yes has to serve.
Yeah, if you vote yes, then you got to go grab a gun and go sit in a foxhole. I truly believe that. But
what do you think about right now? We have privatized corporations that can be deployed. They're basically mercenaries for our military.
Oh, it's horrible.
Blackwater.
I mean,
yeah.
Blackwater, DynCorp, they're the ones who have those ginormous drug rings and child sex trafficking rings over in Iraq and Afghanistan. That's why we went in there and took the poppy fields in Afghanistan.
Yeah. What really sucks is a lot of military personnel are pissed off at those corporations because they get paid. I don't know what I think it was like $140 an hour or something.
Oh yeah, they all get paid way more than our troops. It's a complete sham, and they get to do the easy stuff while our troops get sent out to risk their lives a lot of the time. And a lot of times they'll be doing the same job. So it'll be people from a private company doing the same job as a troop right next to them, while the person from the private company is getting paid 3 times as much or more.
Yeah, they intermingle too, which is really. I'd shoot them if I was out there with a gun. Hey, what's up, bro? I'm from Blackwater.
What do you guys think about having instead of a federal military, have it by state? So every state can join a force. So basically, if it's Army, Navy, Marines, whatever, but you go through and you are basically based on a station in your own state. And when the military needs you, you're representing your state, and you follow a chain of command from your state. So whenever there are certain events that say, hey, we need people deployed, so we're just deploying people. And someone say Florida goes, no, we're not going there. That's not what our military is for. And so and they can also the state's government can also vote whether or not they want to be partake in a national war. So it's almost I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that there's merit to.
I think we should do away with the state National Guard and go to just a national, but with better oversight and more civilian input. But back to the reasoning why I say the no states is right now they're basically puppets of the national anyway, getting absorbed right upstream, and might as well cut out the middleman, coordinate, give them proper materials. And I still say the National Guard responds to national emergencies and all. That should be a separate force altogether, but it should be a national force with adequate funding to address all of the issues hitting all of the states. So basically, the part of the National Guard now that is the responding to local emergencies, still addressed by a local or a regional adequately funded force. But the part where that's really just an extension of the U.S. Armed Forces, that should just fall into the Armed Forces. Why play around and have it be separate? And the civilian side, we need to come more to the plate, supply them with what they need, and the military has to not be start educating them when they sign up. We need to have adequate support all the way through, and I mean through school and whatever. And I still think that it has to be everybody. You turn 18 if you're able, you go in, and no heel spurs or polynidal cysts on your anus or whatever. If you have to go out for that reason, yeah, there should be medical care for that. And you know, maybe if you have a polynidal cyst, you should use like a claymore mine and have your butt facing the enemy.
Did anyone
That
else?
would be very threatening.
So, like, I think that could kind of work, because then you get paid education, you get paid healthcare, pretty much. I mean, because we have to pay for it, right? And people want to pay for it if it's for defense. So I think that's where you could get like the free college type of thing, right? But the only problem is just the turning into a militaristic society that way, when everyone's based on
But it's there already.
Yeah, I guess so. But
but like I said, the National Guard right now, when they're doing their disaster response, that needs to be its own force, and it's currently extremely underfunded.
You're right, Trump. It doesn't make sense. It's also pretty stupid.
I missed that.
Obama had the same attitude and you said nothing. Zero.
Where's that coming from?
Obama had the same attitude.
It's from Forsaken. I think she's watching. I guess Tim's live.
Yeah, it sounds like Tim.
Okay.
Yeah, he is live. I got a notification on my phone.
Okay.
All right. So what about, I think Obama brought up, which I thought was kind of good, serve your country in some way. The Peace Corps, I mean, not everybody wants to pick up a gun and fight, you know? So can you be on the Peace Corps and still get, you know, some of the accolades and benefits?
We have an organization that does, I can't remember, is the Peace Corps part of the U.S. or not?
Yeah, I think it was set up by JFK, wasn't it?
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it got turned over, but there was another organization that also would have been viable for people to go into, and I'm not sure which one that was. And I know that my brother-in-law served in Laos from 64 to 72, and there was people on the grounds that didn't have guns.
Yeah,
and they are important.
So I think so Evan, let's just say that this is what I'm concerned about in regards to giving states power, because I don't want to roll through Alabama. Does anybody here live in Alabama? No, right? And they're a pretty red state, and I think a lot of the KKK is there. But I just don't. It's when I just think that I would hate to see. Okay, well, now that we have our own military, we're going to succeed. You know, now that we have our own military, we're going to succeed, and the other surrounding states are going to not let us succeed. I think some conflict might occur with that.
Well, and you have to remember the reason the state militias, you know, so-called, what's the word? Abolished and like turned into the National Guard was because they were enforcing segregation in states, and then wasn't it Truman had to send in the National Guard to break it up and let the kids in the schools, right?
Yes, that is actually true.
So no going back.
So I just really believe that there's not enough oversight, there's not enough regulation. The corporations have just gone way off the cliff. Blackwater and these companies that are doing the dirty work out there and some of the nasty stuff. And we just need a complete and full, Ariel said, paradigm shift or 180 turn. You know, because we're seriously going in the wrong direction on every level, in every avenue that this country has ever gone on, and it's just been, you know, we just need a new direction, because we need to be more cohesive. Yeah. You know, all of us. You know.
And one of the problems with the military right now is you have to be pretty privileged to become an officer. I mean, you have to have a college degree. I mean, how many people can afford a college degree in our country, and much less afford to go to college? So there's not much. So starting off, right off the bat, becoming an officer, and that's where most people want to be in the military, is an officer, and then you're already starting off good. You already have a higher pay. Being enlisted is pretty tough, I think, because you want to find people who will have your back and aren't dumb, but you also have to follow orders, and you're kind of at this little equilibrium. Same thing I had trouble with is I felt like the people who probably should be promoted aren't, because it's a systematic way that you advance in the military. You have to, you know, take your tests. You have to, you know, take advancement classes, do all these things, and, you know, look good yourself. So spend time on your uniform, your presentation, and that's how you advance. And the thing is, when you're doing that stuff, that's less time away from the group, your own
pros.
Yeah. So it's like the people that we didn't like were the ones who were going up in their rate, but you know, we didn't like them, but then we had to follow their orders later. So it's kind of this whole, you know, if you want to succeed, you do it on your own, and you kind of leave your fellow your military people, you know, on their own. So it is a lot like corporate advancement in ways.
Why did you go in? Why did you decide?
I just wanted to do it on a whim. I was always kind of anti-establishment, so I surprised a lot of people when they say I joined. I felt like that was another opening, another option. Plus, I was naive. I wanted to change things from the inside. Say if I advanced and became an officer or a general or something like that, or an admiral, that I might be able to change things. But you'd never change things from the inside, I learned. So there's that.
All right, that's all right. So, Fly, why did you go in? Just a couple words. Why did you go into the military?
I was never actually in.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Nope.
Huh?
Nope.
Okay, I'm way. Either you're ballooning us or you. Okay, anyway. But the reason I went in when I was 26. Yeah.
I've seen some people go in that. Yeah.
The reason I went in because I was having too much fun.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Way too much fun.
Did it straighten you up any?
What the military taught me.
Question is answered already.
What the military taught me how to do is to drink like a fish and show up and work. Because that's all we did was we drank a lot and we showed up for work no matter what. There were days when I was driving the mule. A mule is this, it looks like a mining vehicle, but it pulls around all the airplanes and parks them. So I'm watching a guy direct me. And this happened a few times where I'm driving with the joystick, the mule, and the plane captain's telling me where to go. And then it's like 10:30, 11 o'clock, and all of a sudden I wake up. I was in a blackout, parking a $41 million F-14 Tomcat. I mean, you know what I mean? It's bad. But you're trained so much. It's training repetition. You learn all this shit. So, but it was good because once I was in long enough, I had a greater respect for working and the outside world and structure and things that needed to be done.
Paying attention to
None
detail
of
too. Paying attention to detail.
Yeah, that one, I never even knew what that was. I had no idea what that meant or what it was about, but I do now. But
I've never been in the military, but I never said I never didn't work with them.
Yeah.
I can figure that out already. Anyway, yeah, you don't have to work for the CIA, right, to be in them. Anyway.
You saw a man apart, huh?
Anyway, I'm gonna stop guessing on you, Fly.
Did you guys ever see the videos of Blackwater after Hurricane Katrina?
Go ahead.
No.
What?
Well, I haven't watched it in a while, but if you get into some of the worst parts of the internet, there's videos of whenever George W. Bush hired Blackwater to go in and help clean up after Katrina. And a lot of the Blackwater people are white nationalist, Nazi, like, white supremacist type guys. And, like they're all like the ex-military people that got dishonorable discharges because they were like on steroids whenever they're in the military and all that kind of stuff. And whenever they were going through the streets, they were just like blowing away all these black people. They killed so many poor black people, but just because there was no one else around to see it. And so like someone would have their phone camera out and see it, and then that'd be it. And like if you go on and search hard enough on YouTube or Reddit, you might find the videos again. But the government's worked pretty hard at keeping you from seeing them.
Wow.
I don't think they endorsed it, but they've covered it up so that way they wouldn't have to pay for it publicly, and like that they didn't want it to go big. That's the way it is with a lot of the stuff. It's same with like over in Iraq, whenever Chelsea Manning released the cables that showed they had the child sex trafficking ring. The government didn't endorse it, but they weren't going to whistleblow on it because it made them look bad, and so that was why they did. That's why I think they covered it up, is just because they didn't want people to know about it.
Yeah, I mean the goal of the military is to protect itself because they believe it is a service to protect the nation. So they're gonna do whatever they can to protect themselves. So that's kind of scary.
But those are criminals. Blackwater is just a bunch of mafia thugs.
Well, mercenaries is what it is.
They're mercenaries.
Yeah, that's what mercenaries do.
That's why I think Oath Keepers is out there. Oath Keepers is, and that's the mentality. And I'm not big on Oath Keepers, but they're literally scared.
I'm not big on any armed militant group that likes to protest using the Second Amendment. Any group that goes out and protests with guns, like the Bundys out in Oregon, whenever they took over that government building. You imagine if they were any other skin color, they would have been dead.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
But despite that, I mean, is what they did wrong. Is protecting the Constitution regardless. We do it with our First Amendment. But if our First Amendment doesn't work, should we do it with our Second Amendment? I mean, that's why the amendments are there in the first place.
They just used their guns to go out and they took over a government building and made school shut down for a week because they were waving their guns at the cops and at the children, and the children walking down the street and threatening to shoot them all. And it's like if any group, like if the Black Panthers had done that, they would have all been taken out before they even made it to
they would have been dead in seconds.
Anyone other than them, they were out there saying that the government was tyrannical. They took over a government building and held it for months while claiming that the government was tyrannical, and it's all because the guy's father didn't pay his taxes, and then they were also protesting their friends who were put in prison for arson because they burned down a barn or something.
Yeah, those personal reasons are not a good idea. But in general, if the government is corrupt and keeps operating corruptly, I mean, are you going to talk them down?
Yeah, but I mean, are you going to fight off the United States military with an AR-15?
Oh, well, you beat them with your brain. You don't beat them with weapons. Weapons are just a tool.
I don't know. I think the cluster bombs would disagree.
Cluster bombs are going to kill civilians. You think that's actually going to help the military against its own people, or is it going to get more people to rise up against the government? Just look at right now. Look at Brazil. Look at Venezuela right now. All the things going on in Venezuela. They're to the point of imagine if Venezuela had as much arms as us, they would already overtaken their government back from corruption.
Well, it would depend on if their government was as powerful as ours. Like, I mean, their government doesn't have near the same amount of technology and weaponry that we have.
Yeah, but we're split out. Plus, I mean, every military base is just a target. I mean, they don't have a clear target against a guerrilla warfare against its own American people. They're going to lose, because not only do they, when you go after servicemen, and that's what you're going to have to do, servicemen who are killing its own civilians. And that serviceman has family, and they're either going to have to protect their family, or they're going to have to serve and follow orders of the militant, corrupt government. And so you give them a choice, and who's going to win? They're going to protect their families. They're not going to rise up against the military. And if they do that, the military is going to go hard on them. So they know
that's the thing,
that
though,
there's
is
a choice.
that if that were to happen, like if a civil war type situation were to break out, people, they and their families would say that they represent the existing government, so they would fight to keep the structure of the government, while their friends in the possibly as in any other war, their friends in the military would take the side of some kind of a revolutionary group, like whether it's the anti-fascists or the Oath Keepers, or whatever group, if it's like the Constitution Party, or the Tea Party, like if they got violent, it would break into factions, and there'd be people representing different sides, and the military would like turn in on itself, and a lot of civilians would die, and it would just be a very, very messy process, and we would end with probably some fascist right-wing strongman in charge. That's why you should never try a violent I mean, it sounds like it could work, but historically it never has.
Well, what happened in Italy back in the World War II era? I mean, that didn't happen there. So it doesn't mean it's automatically going to happen the way you assume it happens. And times change, weaponry changes, military changes, governments change, all of it, everything changes. But how you do it, how it happens, how it results, how people experience it, that makes a difference. I mean, Germans these days, they hate everything that has to do with Nazis. You go over there and like they don't even want to talk about it. I mean, I don't think you can even say Nazi if you're
Yeah,
German.
I know. They're more popular here than they are there, for sure. But what I'm saying is, like, historically, whenever they in Italy, whenever they did that, they were overthrowing a dictatorship to install a democracy, whereas here we'd be overthrowing a fairly existent a fairly democratic process. And that wouldn't end well, because we are our democracy might not be great, but it still is somewhat democratic. Like Donald Trump won, and that's because people voted for him.
I don't think somewhat democratic means it's really democratic. I mean, it's like saying almost.
Donald Trump won. It's like that he won using the votes that he earned himself, and that Hillary scared away.
Yeah, but he won only using 45% of the population. Where only about 24% of those who voted for him. I mean, there's less than that actually, because he got less votes than Hillary did, but he won on the electoral system. So like our thing is we like to say we're a democracy, but we're really not a democracy. We don't operate where democracy works, and it just keeps getting worse and worse. I mean, a lot of us here are, because we understand that. And right now, we could say however we want to change it, but we're not going to be able to change it just by talking. We keep talking and saying, hey, politicians, we got to fix the system. And the politicians are just doing their own thing. They're not listening. They don't care. They want to talk about the new healthcare bill that's out, how it's going to be much better and it's actually be worse. They talk about Russia, how we just want to impeach the president. It's like how is that going to help our democracy? They don't even understand that we think that, like many people think, that there's even a problem with our democracy. They think it's perfect. Just like our military, they think our military is perfect. So it's like, how do we, I mean, basically we're just a small amount of people. Like, us here, we're just a small, 7 of us here just talking about it. We have like 260 million people that can vote. We're just a small blip, and talking about it's not going to change. Calling your senator or representative is not going to change anything. We had to change it by the people. So
okay, So here's back to the military, and I remember talking to some oath keepers and these guys that say, well, if they come up to my doorstep, I'm gonna have my granddaddy's AK-47, and I'm gonna have this, and that, and I'm like, depending on the side that the majority of the people will be on, and depending on the side that the media wants the majority of people to be on, because they'll control it. The government already has this control. Everybody knows that already, because the corporations dictate what's happening. The corporations dictate what our legislators and judiciaries and executives do. So if there was actually going to be a war, it's not going to look good for the guy that's trying to fix the system, to change the paradigm, to make a 180. It's because they want it the way they wanted it. And I really kind of feel what Ebon's saying is like, I just think this monster has gotten so big. The only thing that I think that's going to fix it, because I know me standing out in front of my house with a 22 trying to fend off a 50 caliber, you know, from a warhog, which, you know, flying over me or something like that, or from a sea knight, or, you know, just the plethora of amount of arms that the military has. That's not gonna, I just don't see it ever happening. But the problem that we have right now is our control, and the Electoral College has a lot to do with it, is just kind of diminished. It's to the point to where I think the only way that we can fix it is the third party, and I've always said it. That's like a last straw. I mean, what else are you going to do? You can go out and form, you can go out and picket, you can call yourself the resistance, you can go out and say you're for this or for you that, you can go march, you can do that. But when it comes right down to it, these people at the top of the food chain who run our country, city, state, federal level, they pull the trigger. They're the ones that are pulling the trigger, and they're not going to let us get close to the trigger. I just don't see. I mean, what's the only way to change? Because the two parties obviously are psychotic. They're fucking lost. Yeah. They're useless, and they're whack. So there's only one other hope, is a third party.
Yeah. Not necessarily. You take out one of the parties of the existing duopoly, you can have as many parties as you want. You can take away either the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. Not everyone's going to be on board with one of those parties being the only party that represents the American people. And when you get rid of one, you have something else that pops up that is either more popular than anything that of the party that went down. So the DNC party, in my opinion, is the one that should be going down. And the Republican National Party isn't very popular. So if the Democratic Party goes down, you open yourself up to, probably about 80% of the U.S. voting population to rise up another party. And so I think right now you would think that the Republican National Party would kind of do everything they can to show people how bad, talk about the DNC fraud lawsuit. But that's not happening. They'd rather have the Democratic National Party as the weaker party. So you're not seeing them trying to push the downfall of the Democratic Party because they want them in power. Because if they went down, there's just going to be a more powerful party that comes up that'll be more popular than either the Republicans or Democrats were everywhere.
I agree that the Democratic Party is the one that needs to go, because the Republican Party, the only way the Republican Party gets smaller is when their constituents, most of them are fairly old. And so as they, age and die off, I mean, that sounds kind of like harsh to say, but I mean, that's the only way their party has been shrinking, is as, as their base, gets older and dies off. I mean, Fox News, all their average viewers are in the late 60s, early 70s. So,
bye-bye.
But the Democratic Party is already practically dead. I mean, their numbers are so low. Is it like 18% now? Something like that? A registered Democrat? I mean, it's incredibly low, and it's still shrinking as more people become aware. Like all these people, like today I had those 20 people, 30 people that worked for Share Blue all coming at me at once. It's like they're not real people. I mean, like a lot of those people in real life probably support Bernie. I mean, like they might have this social media thing that they get paid to do, but I mean, like the polls all show that Bernie, outside of like any party or anything, he's 75% of the country wants Bernie, and 80% of the Democratic Party wants Bernie, and like over like a lot of the Republican Party is okay with Bernie and they want Bernie. I mean, a lot of people like Bernie and like his platform, his progressive ideas, and like the platform, like single payer healthcare and free college and all that is overwhelmingly popular. Like the only thing we need is a way to get the third parties into the debates, and that'll be it. That'll be the end of it.
Yeah, I agree. A third party is the only thing. I brought this up. You've got, Godzilla and Mecha Godzilla, and then you need, Rodan to fly in and zap them both and slap them in the face.
Like, how good can a third party make a difference when even if Bernie was considered a third party, non-Democrat in the primary, and they shut him down pretty easily? And how are you going to get a third party that powerful? I mean, even if Bernie was there, they would just shut him out anyway. He would just be like Joe.
That's a good point. This is where we're screwed. Because the system is you, in order to, and it's 15% of the polls, in order for you to be able to speak in a debate.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Right? You have to be polling
on national polls.
National polls. So
all by corporations.
We all know who controls the national polls, right? The corporations. I mean, I never believe those polls. You could always move them wherever you wanted. I don't think they're, Ernest and Young, tight.
And look who followed almost pretty much to the T Bernie's platform in 2016. It was Jill Stein of the Green Party. She only got barely over 1 million. Gary Johnson of the Libertarian Party had like 5 or 6 million, or near 6 million. So no one's gonna just go on to another party just because they don't like the Democrats and Republicans. They're gonna.
That's what I'm saying is we need to spend the next 3 years mobilizing, knocking on doors, talking to everyone we know, being like human and down to earth, and just convincing them, and and like telling them, and explaining to them why voting third parties in their best interest, and why it does not help them at all to vote for the main two parties. And if they're going to vote for the main two parties, they might as well not even show up to vote.
Lucas, do you have family members? Do you have family members that are Democrats or Republicans?
I do.
Have you ever tried convincing them?
Yes.
So how are you going to convince strangers if you can't even convince your own family members?
I found that it is much easier to convince strangers than it is family members.
Me too.
That depends on who you're talking to. Most people are not either left or right, but you guys do have the assumption that most people that come in here are to the left. Your best bet for the future is to reach out to the centrists like myself.
So can you tell us about your thoughts on the whole political process and 2016?
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm not left. I'm not right. I see both sides of it. That's where you need to have your discussion. When people start putting down the center of the entire United States, the center that voted for Donald Trump, you just lost your battle. You just alienated everybody that you need on your side to get a third party going.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I agree. When the fly speaks, he speaks. He speaks good, true word.
Yeah, I mean, when I say party affiliation, I say I'm independent. I mean, I feel like I wouldn't say I'm center. Like I say, I feel like I could probably be the same. Like I'm so far left that I'm pretty much far right as well.
You're the same as me. You're a libertarian left socialist.
I don't know about that. I just.
Well, there's like a grab. You're kind of close to me, but anyway. But he's right. There's on my Monotalk Facebook. I've got these I'll show you. It's an elephant and a donkey, and they all turn into like people, and they come together. And mine, it shows green. Just, but people should come together in terms. So what needs to happen? And I pointed this out to this guy, Stephen Grumbine, who's part of the progressive, the Real Progressive. It shows the Real Progressive. He's been interviewed by Tim Black and a few other people. And I said, you guys have got to get on board with what the right is looking for, and more of the centrists. And I told them that today, and that's huge. That's huge. I mean, if there's common ground in the Green Party, and if they can make that happen, then I think that's a viable place to hang out. You know?
I think.
Well, the way I look at it is you shouldn't look at it as in terms of right or left, because what makes something right and what makes something left? It's all completely arbitrary. The whole idea of Republican and Democrat, there's not right or left there. I mean, the Democratic Party are just Republicans that are okay with gay marriage and abortion, and the Republicans are insane. I mean, it's completely. I mean, like what we consider right wing in this country is or what we consider left wing in this country is considered center right in Europe. I mean, it's completely insane of how we can what we call right, like that's crazy right winger, that's crazy left wing, liberal, and everyone says libtard, conservatard, and it's like no one. Everyone is too caught up on labels and just the idea of a center, and there's not always a spectrum that goes from right to left of you're either on this side of an issue or you're on this side. Sometimes there are multiple ways to look at an issue, and you just have to be a human and look at what is the best possible way based on the historical knowledge and predetermined scenarios. Like what is the best possible outcome we could get by trying these different things, and which one do we think would work the best?
I think when I talk to people and say, why, have a discussion on politics and what you care about, why not just move to Canada or move to somewhere in Europe? Why are you staying here? Is it because of our freedoms? So what are our freedoms? Where do we get that from? It's the U.S. Constitution, right? The Bill of Rights. So you go over the First Amendment. So do you agree with the First Amendment? They go, yeah, of course. And you tell them, okay, so is being able to shut down YouTube, demonetizing people who make certain types of videos or talking about certain parts of things, just talking, it's nothing illegal. Do you feel that that's a infringement upon the First Amendment? And they'll probably say yes. If they say no, then you go, wait, so if the government did that, would that be an infringement? They probably say yes, the government shouldn't. So what's the difference between a corporation and a government that does that? Shouldn't the corporation be able to be sued if they're infringing on your rights? And they'll probably say, yeah, I think that's true. And so you keep going down the list. Second Amendment, same thing with freedom of arms. Third Amendment, Fourth Amendment's pretty much gone. Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment. So you just keep going. And I think that's kind of the situation that you want to talk to everyone about, because Republicans, Democrats, they have a one-sided issue on almost every of the amendments out there. I mean, there's some that they kind of both agree on, the Fourth Amendment. It's freedom for the country is much more. No, there shouldn't be any privatized information type of thing. It's when they think about it that way, they see that America really isn't
that far apart.
Yeah, I mean,
they're closer together. That makes sense.
Yeah,
exactly.
So when I told this guy that's going to go to the Green Party convention, I said, I put something in the hashtag for him. I said, you need to hashtag this. Second Amendment rights. Something about, what did I say? Anyway, Second Amendment rights, no more, something like that. Because what I told him is, I said, if you have single payer, if you have or universal health care, or if you have UBI, or you have a way for people to survive with a decent wage, you're not going to have crazy people everywhere. You're going to have people be medicated, people have health, people be walking around, probably a lot more happier and with less pain. You know, I mean, you're going to still have a crazy guy because of his girlfriend, went out and got, or vice versa. You're going to have that, but what that does is it simmers down a lot of the craziness out there for guns, for people robbing a liquor store for a bottle of Jack and $180 at the till. You know, you're not gonna. It's gonna change everything. So guns won't be a factor anymore if you take care of certain things in a social way.
Well, I refer back to Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders' debate, where she ostracized Bernie about the fact that he voted against a bill that would make sure that gun suppliers would not be able to, or would be able to be sued for any loss of life that occurred due to their guns. And the entire reason she debated Bernie on him supporting that bill that gun suppliers could not be sued, she said, probably as a mistake she said it, but it was very revealing. She said that the entire law was a part of a strategy. She didn't explain what the strategy was, but you can pretty much guess what the strategy was.
Yeah. I'll have to take a look at that because I have those on my channel still.
Yes, I believe it was.
Sure it's in there. That's a slip. That's a Freudian slip right there. That's happened a few times.
Yes.
Wow.
My mom has a gun.
I have a gun. Exactly. I just bought a new shotgun yesterday.
What did you get?
The Mossberg Maverick 88.
Oh, fucker.
Yeah. So it's just because I was debating on getting a Mossberg 500 and just have an interchangeable chambers, whatever you call it, the barrels, and just take it for hunting something, change out a barrel. But the thing is, if I take it, then there won't be anything for home defense. So the Mossberg 80, the 88, so cheap. I got it on sale for $167, brand new. So it's like perfect for home defense. I mean, I have a pistol too, but like now it's all about hunting. So I'm trying to find a dedicated rifle for hunting because I feel like I'm good with the bow and arrow, but you know, if I hit a deer, I'd rather kill it in the first shot than not hit it hard enough with the bow and arrow. So it's kind of like
I want to go spear it. That's what I want to do. I was going to go spear it.
I'd get a crossbow if I had the money.
Yeah, you can't hunt with a crossbow here in Massachusetts. It's either a shotgun, I think no higher than 10 gauge, I think, which is weird, and also you need a bow and arrow, but it has to be at a minimum 40-pound draw. So those, and you can also, they have like old muskets, I guess you can hunt with. So there's really weird limitations in Massachusetts how you can hunt with, what you can hunt with. I'm sorry, and most people here just go up to New Hampshire to hunt since it's just more lax as far as hunting regulations.
You know, my funnest gun that I've ever owned, and I still own it, is my pellet gun.
Yeah.
And I was going to tell this. I'll tell this story to Ariel again. But when my grandfather owned his farm, they had an alert where there was an infestation of squirrels, because I know Ariel likes to shoot squirrels. So what happened was they told everybody in Escondido, San Diego, which is northern part of San Diego, all these avocados, orange groves and stuff like that, to go out and shoot as many squirrels as you wanted. On this day, it was like a fucking, it must have been like the Civil War, because there were times when we're shooting, our neighbors are shooting, people are shooting these squirrels all over the place, and every once in a while you hear this. You guys know that sound? There's a bullet whizzing past your head, ricocheting off the rock. But it was nuts. But I had the 22, but I also had my BB gun too. Anyway.
All right.
Okay, so I'm not against guns, and I don't think we should be against guns. I do truly believe, and this is important, and I don't know if we've ran out of time. I don't know if we can formulate a party fast enough to change the direction on where we're going. the DNC has been playing these stupid freaking Russia games. I mean, it's so blatantly obvious, unless you're watching MSNBC and get the bullshit. You know, the Green Party. I think the Green Party right now, if they go in the right direction and start branding properly, they could get a poll. Now, the only thing that I think they can really do is make them look, get on the ballot, get time, get in the debate, to make that threat. If they get close enough to be a formidable foe that the people are really, many more people are standing behind, then that gets the two parties to pay attention. Because I don't see within the next 3, 5, maybe 6, 8 years from now, you know, we're going to have an actual party that's going to beat the shit out of these giant, megalithic, omniscient creatures that are out there right now that control everything. But at least you can get them to look. And that's the only reason why I think the Green Party is good, is just to give them a little scare. Like, hey, these people are getting serious. They're going to start jumping in on some other party. Maybe our one party posing as two should get our shit together.
I think that we should be spending the next year or next like year and a half until the 2018 elections doing nothing but being like pimps for the third parties. Like, we should be doing nothing like saying, like, even if you don't like the libertarians, even if you disagree with their platform completely, vote for them, just to send a message to the rest of Congress and the rest of like the two parties, because having libertarians in Congress and being anti-war isn't going to hurt anything. You know, like Rand Paul, you know, half the time he's right and half the time he's wrong. And it sucks because on that half the time he's wrong, he's pretty wrong. But, you know, he does make a good ally sometimes, and it wouldn't hurt to have more libertarians and more peace candidates in Congress, even if, you know, you disagree with them on economic issues. So I think that we should be spending all of this, the rest of this year and next year, focusing on getting third parties in 2018. And then as soon as the 2018 elections are up, we should be focusing on nothing but getting more third party seats in 2020 and getting a third party president in 2020.
No, we've got it. Well, I'm just, Lucas, that's a great idea, but I'm saying it's time's running out. We've got to stand either with something that's going to work, or something that's prepped and poised and ready to go. I mean, it's already halfway. The year's already halfway over. You know,
the campaign season doesn't start for a while. Do you know if there's going to be any Green candidates running where you live, James?
Yeah, there's a few. They always are picking some pretty young kids. This kid, Aladio, anyway, he's Hispanic. But you're gonna have to tell us what that is, dude, in a second. But I'm gonna post up the stuff I sent.
Yo, shut the fuck up. Hey, this is Meme Alert News, and you're a fucking nerd.
What?
What?
Yeah, you heard me. And I'll say it again. You ain't nothing but a goddamn spick. You cuck.
Is that somebody on?
Yeah, that's Chris. Yeah. I think the flies kind of did that on purpose, but I can kick out.
That's right. Well, you're gonna have that every once in a while. I wish they'd just come on and talk. I wish they'd come on and just.
That would be awesome for that. But that's not their goal. Anyways.
No, that's not.
That's fine.
Yeah,
carry on.
Like carpet. And
you know, I should probably start monetizing. Maybe I get a lot of money from advertising by all these influx of troll views.
Good point.
You gotta turn it into an advantage.
Anyways. Are there any Green Party candidates where you live, Ebon?
No, people still want to reform the Democratic Party. I mean, my neighbor, she's just she liked Bernie. I think she's still not going Green Party though. Third party, Green Party. So yeah, even friends, they're scared of Trump. I'm like, dude, there's nothing to be scared of Trump for. And it's just...
Yeah, you should be scared of Pence.
Yeah, Trump is just a puppet. They're all puppets. They're all leads. You know, I was telling somebody the other day, I was saying the figureheads get, I think, about 20% of what they feel they want to do, and it gets examined by a group of think tank Republicans and corporatists and lobbyists that look over these plans, and they say, "Yeah, we're going to let you do that because that's what you want to do, and we're going to let you do that, but everything else we're fucking doing, you better just do what we tell you to fucking do." And that's what I think happens. Did you guys see that? You should be able to read that, Fly. I'll read it right now. So it says hashtag Green Party now. That's just me. I'm a Green Party guy. Social justice for all, in parentheses, Black Lives Matters, LGBT issues, et cetera, et cetera. Single payer now. Reverse Citizens United. Infrastructure, not war. Free college, not war. Tax adjustment. That means tax the rich. I kind of changed the wording on that. Universal basic income. Hawaii just started UBI. That's just me. Education, not war. Break up the banks. Glass-Steagall now, meaning bring back Glass-Steagall. Second Amendment alone, which means leave the Second Amendment alone. Just fucking don't even worry about it. Just,
absolutely.
Because once you've done all these things before that, everybody should be good. You know, there should not. You know, I don't see. You know, I just don't get it. Because if you have education, healthcare, UBI, no one gets pissed off and kills us domestically. I'm saying $17 for the minimum wage, 17 minimum wage, because time has already passed. We brought up 15, 2 or 3 years ago. So if we ask for 17, we might get 15. It's a salesman mentality.
The thing is, even if we get 15, it's already too low by this point, and that means that it'll be longer until it gets raised again, like a long time until it even comes up for debate.
Yeah,
so that's why I say we shouldn't even be talking about minimum wage. We should only be talking about universal basic income, because at this point we can't wait for it. Like with the way that automation is working out, and even without automation, there's the jobs guarantee thing isn't like it should happen, but it's not going to happen. And the infrastructure program isn't going to happen the way we need it to happen, on the scale we need it to happen, and the time frame we need it to happen. But universal basic income that can be done overnight, that can be fueled using corporate taxes, and that's all you need.
And that's why I said both, because what's happening and that's why I said both, because what's happening is when they implement 15, 14, whatever dollars an hour, but the states, it doesn't happen overnight. Like in California here, we're at 10 or 11 now, 1050 or 1150, and in 3 or 4 or 5, 6 years from now, we might get to 15. You know what I mean? So it's just the way they do it is they do it in small increments, but UBI is quick, it's efficient, it does it. What do you think about UBI, Fly?
To me, UBI sounds a lot like socialism. It sounds a lot like communist Russia. And so that's one of the reasons why I don't see many independents supporting UBI.
Okay.
Now, if the majority of our population wants it, should we have it? I mean, we're a democracy, so should we have it?
In a democracy, the majority makes this decision.
Okay, that's fine.
The only time I disagree with that is the death penalty, because the majority still want that, and I think the death penalty should be abolished because we kill innocent people. And a system that puts people because the reason they get the death penalty, right, is if you kill somebody. So if you kill somebody, you deserve the death penalty. So if the system kills someone innocent, doesn't the system deserve the death penalty, and we need a new system?
That's a good point.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm saying, like, so the death penalty exists for like a murderers that kill someone innocent, right? Like if you murder someone, then you get the death penalty if it's proven that you did it. So
Right.
the death penalty like system, like if the death penalty like and the system in place kills the wrong person, like it kills an innocent person, that means it's flawed, and that means that that system now murdered somebody, and that system should be given the death penalty itself, and we should no longer have a death penalty. We should just have, you know, if you're a murderer, you get put in prison for life.
Even many right wingers would actually support no death penalty, because of the fact that the death penalty costs so much more than even imprisoning them for the rest of their life. So when it comes down to independence, they look at both sides of the coin to see which one is going to matter the most, which one's going to be best for all of the people of the United States. That's why you see them always flipping from one side to the other, depending on which one is going to support their ideals and their ideologies.
There's a lot to the death penalty, man. It's not, I mean, it depends on the crime and how heinous. I mean, if some kid who's 16 decides to go drink with his buddies and he just crashes, I mean, should we kill him for that?
In that case, I would hope that he wouldn't even receive the death penalty. But as you can see, there are some judges that are going to make their judgments based on their own ideology.
Right. So there needs to be more of a universal, like, it just seems like when it comes to the judiciaries out there and all, it's about their ideology. It's about their folkways. It's about their norms. It's about how they think and how they were brought up.
Their religion.
Correct.
Yeah. So the thing is there should be set guidelines. It should be set in stone, or.
I'm not particularly a fan of mandatory sentencing. I believe that there should be more leeway.
Yeah, that's the hard thing, is it comes down to their judgment and their prejudices. But at the same time, if we didn't do it that way, which we've tried not doing it that way, and it ended up working out worse and giving worse outcomes than it does if you let the judge use their own personal bias, because you can always appeal it and go higher up to another judge.
Yes.
Is Forsaken there?
I'm here. Why?
No, are you on the phone? Are you talking to Stevie?
No, Stevie's talking to Kevin.
Oh, okay. So how you doing?
Okay, hanging in here.
We've been doing all the talking. I'm sorry if we talked over you or if you had that's the thing about being on the phone. You don't know if you got your hand up or, if you don't have you don't know. So, did you have anything you'd like to add to our discussion?
I don't know. Along the way, there were places I wanted to jump in, and by the time I even got anywhere near a break, the whole subject had moved on, and nobody can see me sitting here waving my hands. So
just jet in next time. And you can jump in whenever. Like even now, if you want to go back to a certain topic we were talking about.
Oh, I'd have to go all the way back. Like, I like sliced white bread too. And I don't even remember all the things I wanted to say something about. As far as the UBI, though, I mean, if we're having this much of a fight just trying to get a decent minimum wage, can you imagine the fight, especially in red states, that you would have with a UBI?
Well, see, that's the thing, though, is the UBI is the only way to make capitalism actually function, because that's the UBI is the one thing that creates a true meritocracy, because it gets rid of Social Security, it gets rid of welfare, it gives everyone the same amount, and you get to work yourself. That's where you actually get to work and make your own living. Like, it's like you can save your own basic income. Like, you can just say, I'm not going to eat lunch for this week, and then I'll save up the money and I'll get a plate, like a little piece of land. I'll rent out a piece of land from my neighbor, and then I'll start a farm and I'll start growing plants on it and I'll start selling them, and while everybody else is getting universal basic income. So for the first year or so, they can work for me for free until I have the vegetables, I make the money, I sell it, and then I can pay my employees. And it's way easier to start a business with universal basic income. And in all the places where they've piloted it and test driven it, all of the downsides that they thought it would have disappear, and it only creates more upsides that they hadn't previously.
But leaving aside whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, it's still a matter of, do you really think you're going to get something like that passed on a large scale? I mean, Hawaii is more of an anomaly. I mean, more, I don't know.
Wasn't the idea of UBI a conservative? Didn't the conservatives come up with the UBI approach?
Yeah, it was.
So I feel like most conservatives might actually agree with it. I mean, it's just going to be another type of bargaining chip, right? It's like, get rid of Social Security, get rid of all this other stuff. Let's incorporate UBI.
It's mainly going to be fighting corporations. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to want to pay the taxes. Even though if you were to have a UBI, you could abolish the minimum wage and people could pay employees whatever they wanted. So if you really needed employees, you could pay them more, and if you didn't, well, then you don't need to pay them anything.
Yeah.
Okay, the other thing is, what do you do to keep people from pricing everything so much that the UBI is inconsequential? You know, so raising rents by, say, the UBI is $1,000 a month, raising all the rent, everybody raising rents by $1,000 a month, or, you know, and so on.
Well, how do you do that now with laws? I mean, it's exactly the same. People already do that now. People charge too much for rent and charge too much for housing and all that stuff. I mean, it's exactly the same as it is now.
But how do you keep them from doing it on a bigger scale and just monitoring it? You have to have some kind of controls, price controls, something that keep them from...
Well, yeah, that's why you have like the Consumer Protection Agency and that kind of thing, you know, just like we have now. You just make it work instead of be feckless like it is now. Because right now the government is so completely just filled with bureaucracy. I mean, it's so feckless, it's unreal.
Okay, so that's a good point she brings up, because when you implement the UBI, now this has been tested on several small cities in other countries and areas all over the world, and they've had success, but it was also regulated pretty well, and there was some serious oversight in the test, and they made adjustments according to their little model city. So with Hawaii, I don't know if they thought all this through, because that's a good point. If you know you're getting $1,000 a month because you're huge, just for being a citizen, and then you're already renting a place for $600, $700, whatever $100 a month, and the guy goes, you know what? Now that I know you're getting an extra $1,000, I'm going to raise it to $900. You see, that's her point. Is so, you know, is it going to be fair? Is it going to really make a difference? We're going to find out.
But that's also the thing is when someone does something like that, are they actually going to fill an occupant that's going to be able to pay for it? Probably not. They're going to go.
Yeah, that's what Ebon, like the market would kind of. I mean, not that I'm for a free market or anything, but in that case, the market would kind of regulate itself, and that, you know, if the people couldn't afford it, it would just be exactly the same as it is now, and they wouldn't rent it, and the renter would end up lowering the price so that he can get the money, and you know, and if that doesn't happen, there's always the possibility of public housing, because right now we have 27 empty houses for every homeless person in this country, and that's completely unacceptable. And it's just because each of those 27 houses is owned by a bank who's too greedy to lend it to the homeless people. I mean, right, like if we were to create a civilian conservation corps to go around and repair all of these damaged and condemned houses, or to knock them down and build a new one in their place, it would be much cheaper to build new houses and house all these people than to have them be homeless. Like Jimmy Dore just did a video on that yesterday about how if we were to put all these people in public housing, you know, just basic public housing, it'd be way cheaper than letting them be homeless.
Yeah, I mean, there's benefit. There's lots of benefits to it. I'm for it because I think it'll change a lot of things. I've from the studies, I've just heard a lot of positive things from it. For the best one I've heard is people will want to start their little business. They'll want to start there be more entrepreneurs is what happened in some of these test models. Is a lot of people Some took advantage of it and got stupid, of course, but it's a very small amount. But the people that were considered homeless, vagrants, transients, they actually saw their families. They actually started to start little businesses and get cleaned up and do things to benefit themselves, which they never had the ability to do before.
I actually checked the statistics for homelessness in Norway the last time they investigated it, and it wasn't that much worse than in the USA. And we allow everyone to have a home here, or at least a roof over their house temporarily. And it's also colder here.
Yeah.
Stevie.
Oh, Stevie's talking to Kevin on the phone, so she's muted.
Oh, okay. That's, anyway, I found that interesting because it wasn't there wasn't that much of a difference if you compare it.
That's interesting.
Because you don't offer everyone a roof over. What do you offer homeless in the US?
Nothing.
Okay.
Spikes on places where they might sleep in the winter.
Okay.
Usually that's done by private individuals, though. Usually, there's churches or private individuals that will have homeless centers or food pantries, and that's the government barely ever does anything. Like there's a few public housing projects in the bigger cities, but they're run down and not taken care of.
We have those here too, private ones, usually Christian institutions that house them. But the government also, they also house them, but there's more bureaucracy. They have to follow these, and they have to follow certain rules, and that's why some of them choose not to. And they still get the social services, even if it's just that some of the social services will go to the money. It will go to rent. So if they choose to live on the street instead, they will get more money for whatever they want: drugs, food, clothes. So they actually choose to be homeless instead, many of these people.
Here you can't even apply for social services unless you have an address.
Oh.
So if you're homeless, you can't apply unless you have someplace, somebody that'll say you're living there or something.
We have our system is not that great. What's the population where you're at in Norway?
5.5 million, I think.
Yeah, we've got 315 million people.
Yeah, and you had what was it? 50,000 homeless? Or was it more? No, 600,000.
No, 50. It's in the millions.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
The official numbers are in the 100,000s, but the real numbers are way bigger than that.
The real numbers are at least 2 to 3 million homeless, just easily.
Okay, then.
And that's, I saw a site that I think it was definitely over 3 million people, but.
Okay, then it's much worse in the US than here.
Yeah,
that's correct.
What you see is what we tell you to see.
Yeah.
See, that's been the American way for a long time.
The real problem here is that immigrants that come here, they don't have the same rights. So they will.
What do you mean they don't have the same rights?
Well, for example, they aren't covered by the unions, so they can't. There's no minimum wage here, so we can basically exploit them. They don't have the rights to get a certain wage as others do from the unions, and they also don't have a right to a place to live. If they are, just visiting. Some choose to stay here illegally, like in the US. Those people don't have any rights. But we do, like refugees, we house, of course.
Well, that's kind of the same here. I think some immigrants, corporations take advantage because they know that they could just report them and send them back, or so you could pay them lower and get an advantage that way. You can pay them through cash. You don't have to put them directly on your payroll, so you don't have to pay the taxes for that. I think there's just a lot of loopholes you have. I think people who take advantage of the system, the corporations, small businesses, whatever, they actually like doing it that way because they save a lot of money.
Oh yeah, they love it. Like that's why Walmart and Disney World and all those companies always snatch up all the H-1B visas every year and like the work visas, is so they can have all the cheap slave labor come in from Mexico and other countries and not have to pay people the minimum wage or the living wages. Like, I mean, those people get paid slave wages, and they found that in most states, illegal immigrants and immigrants here on work visas actually pay more in taxes than the 1% in most states.
Yeah.
So what happens? What's interesting is that you have, and we've talked about this, you have a corporation that's skimming off the top and the bottom. They hide their money in the Cayman Islands and Swiss bank accounts. But the guy that comes over here that works all day long in the fields picking strawberries, everybody's pissed off at because he's not paying taxes. Honestly, I kind of feel that if you are working here and if you are making a wage, you kind of should pay, because you're on our roads, you're on our freeways.
Well, they do. Most illegal immigrants do pay taxes.
By purchasing goods and services.
No, there's still taxes in their paychecks.
Again, it depends on if they're on the payroll. If they're not on the payroll.
If they're under the table, it won't be.
Yeah, but
I'm talking about the under the table.
Well, that's actually a minority of even illegal immigrants. Like, because there's the way that the corporations have it set up. Like, I remember whenever George W. Bush was the governor of Texas, he did a lot to keep the immigrants in, like, and make it so that companies could hire illegal immigrants without, having to go through and tell the government that the people were illegal immigrants, because they had a system worked out where they would work the illegal immigrants for 15 years until they were right about to earn citizenship, and then they would immediately call the FBI and tell them that person was an illegal immigrant, and then in the middle of the night the FBI would come and deport that person back to Mexico.
That's just horrible.
That's fucked up.
Oh, it's ridiculously fucked up.
Yeah, I don't see a wall being built that's 40 feet high. I just think that's never going to happen. I just don't. I don't know. I'm hoping that Trump won't last longer than. I know Russia ain't going to take him down. I think his senility is going to kick in pretty bad. Like Zork was talking about. I don't think he's as healthy as people think he is. Anyway, I'm going off topic. I gotta say goodnight. I want to say thank you guys for letting me be a part of the show. But I gotta go. I gotta work in the morning early.
All right. Good night,
How you
James.
guys stay up so goddamn late? It's amazing.
I don't even normally go to bed till 3 in the morning, so I haven't
Well, I
been
used
sleeping.
to. When I worked in the restaurant industry, I didn't have to get up till 10 to be at work until 11 to open up the restaurant. I was managing, and then so I was up till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, no problem. But now that I have to be at work at 7, I gotta get some rest. It's a lot of stuff in the morning. But anyway, thank you guys.
Thanks, James.
Aloha. Bye. We'll see you guys.
Yep. Hi, James.
Good night,
And
James.
thanks
Aloha.
for noticing I'm sitting here.
I'll keep this going if you guys want to. I'm not sleepy yet, so.
And tomorrow will be the first day this week I didn't have to get up early, so I'll be good for a little while more.
Unfortunately, I do have to get up early.
All right.
So I got to start shutting down my studio.
Hey, so what are you close, Fly, or someone getting your studio running?
I'm working on it. It's been a busy week.
When do you think? What's like the ETA? They'll get it.
No, I was hoping another 3 weeks.
3 weeks. All
Yeah.
right, cool. Keep us updated. Let
Will
us
do.
all know. All right.
And I think Tim's show ended, so we might be getting some people drifting over.
All right.
Awesome. It's kind of cool contacting, like talking to different people, either on Twitter or on here or on wherever. Is like so many people are wanting to start their own stuff, which is awesome. I think like a lot of people getting into it, and a lot of it is going to be just talking to each other and nice. Stevie's still listening while listening and talking to someone else. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool if like everyone had like if there was kind of like hundreds of local people who were like had their own like little YouTube channels and like they like interviewed local candidates. So like let's say if like someone in my town had like was running for city council and they were running as a third party, I could like do like a podcast like type interview with them, and then post it on YouTube, and then everyone else from around here would know, and then like statewide candidates, and it'd just be cool if like all the different people from like California to Maine started like figuring out who in their town represented them and not corporations, and like everyone went on and started their own little YouTube shows pushing independent candidates.
Yeah, and giving them debates, that's also an important thing.
Yes.
Is like just because you interview them, you don't see them how they interact with each other and talk about like specific issues. And if one person's saying how they would do something, someone else is going to go, no, that won't work because blah, blah, blah. Or are they just going to be quiet and wait till it's their turn and then do the entire, we got to make things great again type of thing, or we got to strap down, work harder, spend less, the same stuff over and over that we hear on mainstream media. We could play the quiet game, see how long we can go without someone saying.
Well, I just know I've been talking a lot, so I figured I'd let someone else go.
I always find it interesting when people bring up universal basic income, because I haven't heard really that much about it.
I've been talking about it for like an hour or two.
Yeah, I know, but the interest recently, like this half year or year, haven't heard much about it prior to that.
Well, it's blowing up, like on a lot of the more independent newspaper style websites like Alternate and Truthdig and Counterpunch and all of them. They've been having a lot lately on the universal basic income, and they've been doing a lot of TED Talks about the universal basic income lately. And where else have I seen it? I've seen it mentioned like on The Guardian. The Guardian's had some articles about universal basic income. It's growing. The movement is growing very, very quickly, and that's a very, very good thing. And because it's not just the United States, it's like all around the world, all the different countries. There's growing movements for the universal basic income. Like in England, it's growing very rapidly with the whole Labour and Corbyn movement.
In Finland, it was they have a test project, as you should probably know, and it's mostly because they want to try to get people into work. So they're just doing it for unemployed. Because how it works here with social services, you will, if you work more than like 50 hours a week, you will lose some of your benefits from social services. I mean, you will basically it's not worth working unless you work full time, and then you wouldn't have social services. So
do they interview them to ask them why they don't work? Is it because they can't find the jobs that they want to do for work?
Oh no, these people, they are when you're on social services, you or is it welfare? One second.
Because I'm like, hey, if I could do a job that I want and I'm already getting paid money, it's like I would just.
Yeah, well, most of these people, they sometimes it's not that they aren't able to get a job, it's just that they aren't able to work full time because their bodies can't handle it for some reason. but they could probably work what, like 50 or 100 or I don't know, 80, 90 hours. But social services wouldn't allow them to, because once they pass 50 hours, they will lose some of the benefits.
Are you talking about 50 hours per week?
Yeah.
What's the typical work week?
If they exceed it, they will lose cash.
What's the typical work week hours? Is it 40 hours is here? I mean, and you mostly lose benefits if you work less than 32
sorry,
hours.
I meant 50 hours a month.
50 hours a month?
Yeah, if they exceed it, they will lose benefits. An average work week here is 37 and a half
37
hours.
and a half. Whew.
So your welfare system sounds a lot like ours, because ours, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of us say we should switch to the universal basic income, is because welfare will penalize you for working more than so many hours or making so much more money, and like the amount of money that you make that would disqualify you from welfare is usually not much more than what you'd have if you were still on welfare while you were working.
Yeah,
so people don't find it being worth working those
There's
high.
no incentive.
Yeah,
that's the problem here too, and that's why Finland are doing that test project. But they select only people that are on welfare, so that's the way they're going with it, at least currently.
I know the means testing keeps people from even trying to get ahead or get to a point where they can get off of services, because you're going if you fail, there's a fear of failure, and if you just make a little over, you could lose everything and have to start all over again. Lose your medical, food stamps, your income, and so you're afraid to try.
Sorry, that's a tough one. How do you motivate people to work?
Well, by making it something they want to do, or by paying enough. I mean, like, that's the thing, is if people were working the universal basic income, then the employers, like the multinational corporations that have the shittiest jobs, would actually have to pay fair wages, because otherwise no one would go and work for the crap wages. Like, you couldn't have the whole idea of wage slavery anymore. It just wouldn't exist, because people wouldn't go work a crap job for crap wages. They'd only work for what would practically be considered union wages. And that's why if you wanted to start up and have a small business, the universal basic income is great, because people can work for free at first, and then once you get your business off the ground, you can start paying them, and you can kind of grandfather in your employees, and the longer they've been working there, the more they can get paid.
That's a good idea, yeah. I didn't think about that. Yeah, imagine trying to, if you have a startup now, you can't pay anyone. The only way you can pay them is buy stock and hope that they have money.
And that's why the raising the minimum wage actually hurts small business owners a lot, and like business startups, is because you can't, unless you're in Silicon Valley, you can't afford to pay your workers $15 or $20 an hour.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons that I'm so adamant about changing the rhetoric from fight for 15 to fight for UBI.
But this is you take a big risk. Like I'm reading here about the project in Finland, and basically it says here that they picked out 2,000 people that were entitled to it, and basically they get 560 euros a month. It replaces their unemployment benefit, but they will get it regardless of whether or not they find work. So basically you will be stuck with 560 euros a month. And if they don't get work, well, that's not enough.
Well, that's why you have to make it just enough so that people could afford housing and food, and that'd be about it, and maybe some transportation. Well, I don't know. It depends on where you live, I guess, for transportation, because a lot of places have public transportation, so you wouldn't need to provide enough for people to get around, because you'd want to give people enough to be able to get to the, a job, I guess.
But why not just change the welfare system so it doesn't de-incentivize you from actually working a little bit?
Yeah, I feel like if you have UBI, you shouldn't have welfare.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, is if you had the UBI, you wouldn't even need welfare. You could eliminate welfare, Social Security, a lot of these government agencies that just have needless bureaucracy, and you could merge it all into one building, one universal basic income center in, Washington or wherever, and, with state offices, and that one place would be in charge of giving everyone their income. And then also, if you had a universal basic income, unless you are making a lot of money in your personal, like in your job, like outside of your basic income, you wouldn't have to worry about taxes, because you're getting your money from the government, and then the only way you'd be taxed is if you were making money on top of that, and then you can have a progressive tax system layered over top of that, like kind of like what we have now, except actually enforced.
So, James was saying, so there was an article, but yeah, 2071 Pam is saying that Hawaii passed a bill in favor of UBI. Man, that'd be like the perfect place to have UBI. You're just in a tropical paradise in the first place.
Yeah, the problem with the Hawaiian UBI bill, I mean, it's great, but the only problem with it is that they didn't actually, it's not like a guarantee that they're going to start it. It's just saying that they're in favor. It's basically a declaration saying we support this idea if we can figure out how to do it. So now they actually have to figure out on a working bill to legislate it into a reality and figure out a way to fund it and all that kind of thing. And the thing is, if you were to just use corporate taxes, that would be enough to fund it, plus more. Like you could use corporate taxes alone to fund single payer free education, like free college education for everyone in the country, and the universal basic income. And then you'd still have money left over for other things.
Yeah, that's what I...
Yeah, but all the articles I've read haven't brought in corporations. I mean, to fund the universal basic income, they've just taken the benefits of the people. So basically, what it said was that it would take more money from the retired people, and basically, since you wouldn't be able to retire early, like that. Sorry, I'm really bad at explaining. Early retirement, that's a privilege. You would no longer have that, and that's where most of the money would come from, if I understood it correctly.
Yeah, so James left a link. I'm just having trouble copy pasting it, and someone is saying that
beyond the point.
Silicon Valley is really heavy on pushing UBI. What is it? Some people backing Hillary a lot, so that always gives me pause. It's like, what is it? What's their end game? Why do they want it so much? And yeah, so that's...
Well, a lot of people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, I mean, like Jeff Bezos is a scumbag, but he's also very intelligent. And like the reason he was into the whole idea of like a space program is because he wants to colonize the moon and have his own like moon colony and be able to ship resources down here and all that kind of stuff. And he wants to be able to get off this planet if climate change gets really bad. Same with Elon Musk. Like that's the reason Elon Musk wants to get to Mars so bad, is because he realizes this planet is probably doomed. So a lot of these people who have a ton of money aren't terrible people completely, like because they still have their own self-interests, and they realize that a happy populace is good for them, because if they have billions of dollars and everybody else is poor as fuck, then people are going to come and start beheading them like in the old days. So they kind of want the population to be at least somewhat healthy and happy. That way we don't, have a bloody revolution and kill all the rich people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see... I feel like if we can't get tax money from corporations for whatever reason, I don't think they're going to go for it for UBI or anything else. So it's like, how do we get the corporations to pay their taxes? Should everyone just form? Should we just get everyone to form corporations and not have people pay taxes?
Well, I mean, with the existing corporations right now, I'm just saying, like, if you were to just change the legislation and actually tax them at higher rates like the rest of the world does, and effectively tax them. I mean, not like the bullshit tax like we have now, where we say it's higher than the rest of the world, but effectively it's not actually. There's not even a tax. Like, most of these companies actually get money back from the government in the form of like a tax refund. Like Boeing gets like $7 million a year from the government rather than paying taxes, and like they avoid billions in taxes like every year. And there's a lot of these companies do that. So if we were to just legislate in that they actually have to pay their fair share of taxes and get rid of all the loopholes, then we wouldn't have to worry about it. And then also, if you kept the normal system of taxing people who have jobs and like the rich people, you know, and made Bill Gates pay his fair share of taxes, and Jeff Bezos and all those billionaires, like those 5 richest men in the world, if you were to make all of them pay taxes, then that would also give money to do all the rest of the government functions, you know, as well as taxing all the normal working people, but not to death.
And how would you deal with the tax havens? And I mean, isn't Apple based in Wales or something? Ireland? I don't know.
Ireland, yeah. They moved their base to Ireland to avoid taxes.
How do you deal with it?
Well, you can penalize companies that outsource, that move their headquarters overseas, and that dodge taxes. You can place higher taxes on their imports because they're still going to want the United States market. The United States market's the biggest in the world, and so they're going to want to sell here no matter what. So you just got to put a tax on their imports, and if they want to, and like if there's any companies that already exist within the United States that want to outsource and send labor overseas, then you just got to make it very expensive, and so it wouldn't be worth their time to do so.
Yeah. Go ahead, Snark, you're saying?
Or we could just send SEAL teams to take care of them.
Wait, what'd you say?
SEAL teams.
Oh. What's your opinion on the universal basic income, Snork?
I think that it's a good thought. I don't know that I've thought it through well enough, but one of our biggest problems we have here is that we need customers for our businesses, for people to pay taxes, and nobody has the number of jobs are falling. Although on paper it's showing that we have pretty low unemployment, the jobs that we do have aren't paying well, and we're having more and more jobs disappear all the time. And I feel that there is just a huge employment cliff coming up as a large number of our retail stores are filing for bankruptcy right now. One that used to be huge was called Sears. They've got just 1,000 stores left. They probably have less than 6 months. They also own Kmart, which is going out of business. Macy's, even Walmart is hurting so bad that they are selling stuff from Walmart through Amazon.
Walmart has their own site.
I know, and people aren't buying from it. So what I didn't want to buy from Walmart, and I needed a turbo rice cooker, and I bought it from Amazon for $10 more because I didn't want to buy it from Walmart. When the box arrived, it said Walmart.
Walmart's website is so terrible.
And they're just Amazon will sell for other people, and then they say it's sold, collect the money for them, pay it, and it's sent on. But Walmart was selling through Amazon because they couldn't move stock through their own.
I remember. So here in Boston, Staples, I think, was starting to gear up to build somewhat similar to what Amazon has, just online retailing for office supplies stuff, and they were hiring quite a bit. I don't know what happened to them, but I mean, they're looking for developers, designers, etc. Because there's a lot of college kids. I mean, MIT over here in Boston, Boston University, a couple other pretty good tech colleges, universities, and they're hoping for people to stay and work at these startups. Or not
Staples
startups.
was sold this week.
Oh, they were?
Yes.
I guess we find out what happened now. To who? For how much?
I don't have any details. I was just surprised when I read it the other day.
Another reason for the universal basic income would also be automation of labor and outsourcing jobs too, because like whenever I talk to like people like who are like economists and economics professors and all that, it's like I love the saying, economists know the cost of everything and the value of nothing, because they're constantly saying that that it's great for business and it's great for the consumer because it makes things cheaper to have them outsourced and made overseas. But it doesn't matter how cheap something is if you don't have a job and no money to pay for it. I mean, and that's the thing, is we used to have jobs and things were expensive, but people made enough at their jobs they could pay for it. Now people don't have any jobs and the jobs pay so low that it doesn't matter how cheap the iPhones are, people still can't afford them. I mean, if like the iPhones were actually at what they would be worth, not taking into account the mass production and all that kind of stuff and all the economics voodoo that goes on, they'd be worth a lot more and they'd be more expensive. And the thing is like that they're made in a way that produces them very cheaply. And just when it comes to anything, like the saying is, it doesn't matter how cheap something is if there's no jobs to pay for it. Yeah. And that's the thing with automation, is if all the jobs get taken by automation, then they're just going to have to produce robots to buy everything because humans won't have the jobs and the money.
So getting back to it, Staples was Sycamore Partners. They're a private equity firm. They specialize in retailers. They own Talbots and Limited and Hot Topic. They're going to acquire Staples for $6.9 billion. But yeah, like automation, like I have been seeing a lot of grocery stores with the auto checkouts. So there's no more baggers to hire, just no more cashiers. Most of it's probably stocking. And it feels like I don't know. Like I still prefer to go to a cashier sometimes, especially if I have produce. I don't want to type in look up the produce and type it in, weigh it and whatnot. But I wonder how much people lose, because with the auto checkout system, you could probably lie, right, and try to and skim off. So I wonder if they lose money, or they will be losing money once poverty gets to a worse point.
Well,
Walmart
I
already.
noticed the only place we have that I know here in Norway is at IKEA, and they do have people keeping an eye on the checkouts, even if they're automatic.
Yeah, like that's what and where I live, they have like 6 cameras and like 3 people around the self checkout fast lanes, where there's like a couple dozen self checkouts, and they're there to watch everyone and make sure nobody's stealing anything. And then also Walmart, though, they've been having problems for years because like shoplifting and the crimes at Walmart. I mean, it's gotten to outrageously common like levels. Like Walmart loses thousands of dollars every day from shoplifters and crimes that are committed there. Like, I mean, the amount of non-shoplifting related crimes being committed at Walmart is just insane now.
Yeah.
I don't know. They have the auto checkout at one of the grocery stores here, and I hate it. But like later at night, it's the only thing that's open. But it's always glitching up, and it takes like twice as long to check out as it does with a regular checker. And you always have to call somebody over because it always screws up.
Yeah, it'll say please scan your item, please place item in bagging area. unscanned item in bagging area, please scan the item, please place the item in bagging area, unscanned item in bagging area, and then it'll just repeat that like in several times until it finally recognizes that the can is in the bag, but then it charges you for it 5 times over because it didn't recognize it the first 4 times.
I think I heard from Redacted tonight that Walmart, they basically instead of hiring security officers, they use the police. So
oh yeah, they do. That's another way they leech from the taxpayers in the United States. They have their own police officers. They do that in all these different places now, and it's a big racket they have going. Walmart gets to waste a lot of the taxpayers' money.
The problem I have about automation is, so I do a lot of automation for testing. So what's hard is finding a replacement, because they can't automate the same way I do. They'd have to either, if they don't understand it, they can only run it. They won't be able to update it or fix it if it breaks. And so it's a harder time for people to fill in that spot, because the jobs that people do have start becoming a lot more complicated. So where do people learn to do all this stuff? Colleges and universities, like for example, the quality assurance field, there is no field at all for that. You get your computer science degree, you could be a developer, you'd be making maybe twice as much money starting off in the tech field if you were a developer as opposed to quality assurance. Except when you get into the higher levels of quality assurance, where you're doing a lot of development work, a lot of management, a lot of good planning to test correctly and fast, is you get paid a good decent amount. And finding replacements for yourself is hard, because there's nowhere where you learn from it. You gotta learn it from yourself. And anyone who has that background in both in programming and in quality assurance testing, they're gonna just move over to being a programmer. Like if I wanted to switch to become a programmer, I could start making a lot more money, at least 50% more than I'm currently making. And that's just an incredible disincentive to work in a certain field. And automation is mostly being done, at least in the software side, by quality assurance engineers. So you get this weird mix of, okay, so we hired, for example, our company hired someone that was making the lowest amount because no experience for quality assurance. Then since that isn't trained anywhere, or you can't take school for it, I basically trained him. He left after 2 years, and he's making like probably 125% more than he was currently making. No wait, I'd say 175% more than he was currently making while we hired him. So they get the training, they leave, they go somewhere else. It's like, it's an ongoing battle. I think it's harder for larger corporations to keep people, and so it's kind of tough market for anyone really, because it's hard to get in. Once you get in, you just get it right back out and find someone who will pay more for what you can do. And I see that as a problem with automation. Is eventually we're going to get to a point where people leave because people will want money. Because I mean, think about it. If someone can do automation, that person can do stuff, save so much time than maybe 20 people that you're paying to manually do it. And there goes 20 people who could have had jobs, and you're getting one person that's just getting paid a little bit more. But then when they leave, it kind of screws over the company a little bit, but the benefits towards that person that has that knowledge to automate. So it's a weird system that we're getting into with automation.
Well, I guess instead of working, we're going to have to dance around the bonfire or something instead.
Yeah.
Go back to the roots.
But yeah, like you would think with automation, it would save time, right? And therefore save money. So then just everyone just works a little bit less because it's kind of like it should be an equilibrium, but instead it's like, oh, automation, do more, automation, do more. And then people at the bottom's like, hey, we got nothing to do and we're not going to get paid anything. So we're at this weird imbalance shift. So it should have been, instead of automate, instead of doing more, it should be automate. Okay, we could do less and we could have, so you end up doing less and then you have more people to get, filling in the gap while you do less. And that equilibrium is constant. But instead it's we automate. Okay, now you can do more to automate, keep doing more. It just there's no balance, I guess. It just keeps going. And I think that's the problem, because you're going to have a bigger shift. You're going to have a bigger wage gap. You're going to have I don't know. I see it as a big problem. I think I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead about that, but that's what it feels like to me. It's just we have more stuff. We have more things that does stuff for us automatically, like the whole dishwasher, automatic dishwasher, and the laundry, right? All of that's automated now. Has that actually saved us time?
Oh, it's just sterilize half of us. Problem solved. Just kidding.
That's horrible.
It's sort of saved us labor. I mean, it saved us the physical labor, but it's offset the labor. Instead, we use fossil fuels, and we use more energy in the fossil fuel, digging up the fossil fuels and burning them and building the power plants to power the washers and dryers than if we were to just hang it out on a clothesline. But it saves us the physical, like walking, walking to the river or walking to, the wash bin and then taking it outside and hanging it up in the sun. Oh gosh, how exhausting.
Yeah, like for me, I didn't like dishwashers. I mean, because things just pile up in the sink and it's harder to clean stuff. Like for me, I was always right after I use it, wash it, put it on a drying rack, and you're done. But with dishwashers, you keep filling it up until it's as full as it can be, and then you go ahead and wash. And I never liked that because I don't know. Because it also takes time, and then like we use a portable dishwasher instead of a normal dishwasher because we didn't have one here, and it's hooked up to the sink, so we can't really wash dishes or wash our hands while the portable dishwasher is going, so we always run it overnight. And I don't know, it just gets, I don't know, it feels like if we just wash dishes right after, we wouldn't have the problem, right?
Yeah, I prefer to do dishes by hand because they're always cleaner. Like there's always a filmy residue or like the powder soap will stick to the silverware or something like that, or it doesn't actually take off like the food that was stuck to it.
And the glasses get scratched.
Yeah, and so I prefer to just wash it myself. And then I also notice that if I wash it myself and put it away, the water stains, water stains are okay, it's not going to hurt you, but it's just like unaesthetically pleasing. And if I wash it myself and put it in a drying rack, the water stains aren't there.
You're supposed to rinse your dishes off before you put them in the dishwasher.
Yeah.
Put them in covered with food.
Yeah, so...
Well, no, I'm not saying put them in covered with food, but if there's grease stuck to it, a lot of times, most dishwashers aren't that great, so they don't actually pull the grease off. They just kind of cover it with soap and disinfect it, so it's not going to make you sick, but it's still really gross to touch and feel.
Yeah.
Also, they're not really good for the environment.
Yeah, they're pretty,
They use an awful lot of heavy phosphorus and people that are more judicial with a few drops of Dawn, it's much more environmentally friendly.
Yeah, we use 7th generation for ours. I don't know if that's any good.
Yeah, 7th generation and Dawn are probably a couple of the best that you can use.
7th generation was formed for being environmentally friendly.
And my wife is starting to make her own laundry detergent. She got like a box borax, and she's combining other stuff. Like for me, for my cleaning stuff, I use half vinegar, half water, and then another one that uses tree oil, lemon oil, and some other oil mixed in with a little bit of vinegar and water. That's also another cleaning product, just kind of made homemade. I don't know. I feel like it's so simple to make your homemade version of cleaning stuff. I don't know why we have so many cleaning products with such odd ingredients.
And it's way better for the environment to just do it yourself. Like using vinegar, baking soda, vodka, or alcohol at home is way more environmentally friendly than buying Windex or Comet or any of those industrial chemicals that they sell. That's like a mix of all the most toxic garbage from, industrial waste that they sell you to, put in your house and cover with your countertops. That's what at home, like if I have stuff stuck to a pan or stuck to my wok, I'll do a baking soda soak and then a vinegar soak, and then I'll scrub it off, and it'll come off just fine. Like it comes off better than if I were to scrub really hard. Like I just have to scrub it very, you still have to scrub it, but not like near as hard as if you were using, like that industrial like stuff that's supposed to cut through it immediately. Like if you just let it soak for a few hours with some baking soda, dump that out, rinse it out, and then, a couple hours with vinegar, it's fine.
Soak in Coca-Cola.
Yeah, I've seen those videos of people like washing their car, all the rust off with Coca-Cola.
That's not a smart idea.
Let's see. How are we?
Actually, I sprayed an old car's dashboard back when they used to be metal, and the next day I came back out and the paint was ruined on the dashboard.
Oh. They usually use it on the bumpers, the metal bumpers, because that's just not painted anyway. It's just metal. So I've seen that being used to clean that.
Well, better than drinking it in the long run.
Yeah, I will admit I do like Coke, especially the glass bottle Coke with when it's cold and
real sugar.
Yeah, real sugar.
The real sugar Coke's okay with me.
Yeah.
I like Pepsi better.
If it's real sugar, to me, sugar is not good for you no matter what. Like it's one of those few things in nature that you could go without, but drinking pop with real sugar is one of those things that, like, if you're gonna drink pop, real sugar is okay. I think that's I'm not gonna get on you for drinking pop with real sugar.
I've recently switched because I've wanted to do this for a while. Is not get the white refined sugar, because the only time we use it for everything. For me, for coffee, baking, but sugar in the raw, I've been wanting to switch out that in favor of the white refined sugar. So we finally started that. But always wanted to try out the what is it? The maple syrup sugar. So you can dry out the sugar for maple syrup, and then it becomes sugar-like.
I've never heard of that. That sounds good. I love maple syrup. That's one of my favorite things in the world. Like that's like my favorite place to get sugar. Like maple syrup and honey are like my two favorite sugar sources from nature.
Isn't that what they feed the bees with?
Bees with maple syrup?
Yeah, they take the honey and feed them with maple syrup instead.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
I don't think so. I think they just only take some of the honey, so the bees still have some left over, because the bees always make more than they need.
Oh well, I thought they took all of it and then put some maple syrup there instead or something.
No, whenever they take all of it from the hive, they just destroy the hive and kill all the bees. But that is a fairly common practice. Like a lot of the larger commercial bee producers do that. Like if they think that there's going to be colony collapse, they'll just take all the honey right then and there and destroy the beehive and let the colony die.
So they don't spread the whole colony collapse thing? Why do they destroy it?
Well, for some it depends like on there's like the type of bee, and then some growers like they'll at the end of the year, like they have like a yearly thing, like they'll destroy it at the end of the year and then have a new one for the next year. There's a lot of different ways to raise bees, and I've just recently started getting into it. I haven't been in it for very long, but there are people who whenever they harvest the honey, they destroy the hive and kill the bees. And I guess the theory is that if the bees have any mites or something, it won't pass on to your other colonies. And I'm not super into that.
I have been wondering what is the most healthy alternative to sugar. I mean, refined sugar.
I'd probably say anything that's like, if it's sweet but not pure sugar, like maple syrup is watered down maple sap, and now recently they've started selling maple sap as a drink, kind of like coconut water, because they found it's very healthy and it contains a lot of the rare micronutrients that we don't get a lot of in our daily diets. So like if you were to like drink maple syrup or maple sap as like a drink, that'd be like a healthy way to get your sugars in. Or if you were to get, honey from beehives and just add that to stuff, like I like to get raw honey and add it to my tea. I think that's a good way to get your natural sugar in.
I know a diabetic that actually uses maple syrup. No artificial sugars or anything. She uses maple syrup.
Yeah, there's something called inulin as well, if that's how you pronounce it. It's from chicory root.
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah, I can't remember where I read about it, but we have a lot of chicory that grows where I live. It grows like there's wild chicory that grows all up and down my street across the street from me, and I know that they put chicory root in a lot of those protein bars because it adds protein, but I know it makes people gassy because it's very starchy, and a lot of starchy foods make people gassy. Man, my phone is still blowing up from those people today on Twitter. Those Share Blue people. I have like hundreds of notifications from them.
What?
Share Blue?
I don't.
Yeah.
You mean Act Blue?
What?
Do you mean Act Blue?
No, Share Blue is the name of that David Brock, like the Super PAC thing, like with Oliver Willis and like all of those guys, like the Media Matters type people, like where they go on and do the correct the record thing, and like they're just online internet trolls who get paid to tweet, and like all of them have "I'm with her" in their bios on Twitter, and they'll have like pictures of Hillary as their profile picture, and like basically they act like they're Hillary worshippers. Like they've been like commenting on my stuff like all day long, and it's driving me insane because like I don't want to turn my notifications off for Twitter because then I miss if my friend wants to show me something, because like my friend and I talk on there a lot because he doesn't have any other way to communicate. But if I don't turn it off, it's going to be buzzing all night because I guess these people really don't have anything better to do. Because they first started at around 1 p.m. and it's now almost 3 a.m. So
I'm really certain that Hillary's running.
It's her turn. Keep saying it. It's her turn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the saying is going to be, "It's still her turn."
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all going to be like, "I'm still with her," and it's like, why? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's why she has the super PACs, and I'm pretty sure that's why they're still pushing so hard for her. And like that's what I brought up earlier. I don't know if you were in the chat at the time. I brought up why is her platform still up, and her campaign website, and I'm pretty sure it's because she's planning on running again.
She might plan on running again, but I think the DNC is more likely to put up some other corporatist because they don't want to put up somebody who's already lost twice.
I don't know. They might be too scared of the Clinton political machine.
Maybe she thinks that taking down the website is like pronouncing defeat. I mean, claiming defeat.
Admitting defeat.
Admitting, yeah, that's the word.
So, what's the worst thing that Trump has done policy-wise, I think?
Raise the civilian death rate in the Middle East. That's what I'd say. Like, because I think the civilian death rate in the Middle East rose by like 535% since he took office.
Yeah, aren't they drone bombing a lot more now?
Yeah.
But so if Hillary ran, or if Hillary was president, do you think it would have been the same, or would the civilian death rate have been better? Or would
Oh,
it have
worse, because she would have got the no-fly zone, and we'd be at war with Russia by now.
Okay, so even then, there's really nothing where she can kind of win against Trump with.
Yeah, her foreign policy was terrible.
What about our non-foreign policy, our American policy, whatever you want to call it?
Domestic policy.
Domestic policy. There you go.
Well, I don't think her position on Wall Street would have been any different. Her position on climate change would have been worse because she would have been all pragmatism and bullshit and no real change, and everyone would have just sat back and let her, because they would have thought it's okay because Hillary's driving, and she's going to be, fixing things behind the scenes, and I'm not going to have to worry about it. Whereas Trump won, and now everyone's buying solar panels, and coal is dying faster than ever before.
I think the only thing you would have had going for you would be a little bit of social reforms, like with Obama.
Yeah, we might still have Obamacare in its full glory, I guess. But Obamacare was still terrible. 45,000 people a year die, even with Obamacare, from lack of access to healthcare. So, I mean, that's what every time these people bring up the 30 million people that are going to lose insurance, it's like 30 million people losing insurance is nothing compared to the 45,000 people who die every single year.
But you'll have twice as many people dying.
Yeah, but that's why the Republicans will never actually repeal it. I don't think that's going to happen ever. They know that would be political suicide. I mean, if they repeal that, then in 1 year they would completely lose control of Congress and a lot of the state houses.
Well, I don't really see a strong effort here to bring back any of our state houses. The Democratic parties are not acknowledging that they need to fix things. It's still business as usual. And we have so many diehards that just want us to keep doing the same mistakes over and over again.
Yeah, they're doubling down on all their bad policies and saying how great they are, and they're not willing to budge an inch. I mean, in fact, they're leaning more to the right, and they just keep courting more people on the right, and basically being openly Republican-like.
Well, and see, that's the thing. It's like we just, if we would have had Hillary, everyone would have thought that position was okay, and they would have stuck with it, and they would have kept moving further to the right, and they would have said that was the winning strategy. Whereas Hillary lost, and so now a lot of people realize that way is not the way to go, and a lot of people, since the election, have woken up. I mean, Jimmy Dore's numbers have grown substantially faster since the election, just because more people are woken up and paying attention, more people are sharing his videos. Independent media as a whole has grown a lot more since the election because people are paying attention and people are tired of this Russia bullshit too. I mean, the Russia thing with Hillary was ridiculous when she was in office. I mean, she and Obama were just pushing for war every single chance they got.
But it's still only a fraction of the people that are, moving away from mainstream media, or the people who just never paid attention to begin with and just voted the party line. That's still the majority. Even if a lot of them were listed as independent. I mean, I was listed as independent, but I always voted Democrat. I think once I voted for a Republican on a local thing. That was it. And, most people, they aren't paying attention at all. So you're really only getting a fraction of people who are watching, the online media when you think of the whole. So it's, sort of this bubble where, we see people waking up, but it's a person here and a person there compared to the greater whole that is still looking at the major parties.
Okay, so Jeremy Walker was saying that sugar in the raw, which I got, was kind of once it's refined, that they poured molasses back. It's not quite exactly that, but it's not as good as, I guess you would say, sucanat. Is that how you pronounce it? Sucanat. So I guess I might switch up the raw sugar, which is turbinado sugar. I guess it's another term for it, for sucanat.
Oh yeah, like raw cane sugar, like the turbinado sugar.
Yeah. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to try out.
That's what we have. I got for Christmas. I got a giant bag of raw cane sugar, and I still have a lot of it left because I really don't use it for much. Like I use it for my tea, and for if I have like any like nut butter, like if I have almond butter that doesn't have any sugar, I'll add like a sprinkle of that on like toast, and that'll be about it.
See, this is what's great is I get other people's opinion, because I was looking up so many articles, and that's the thing these days with news and just articles in general. They serve a purpose, whether especially for products, because they want you to buy products, and they're not going to say exactly how it's processed, comparisons, whatever tests that people have been doing. So it feels like more people hear when someone says something, hey, I'm doing this. Especially like with Kevin and Ario, when Ario talks about the foot pad removal stuff. I forgot what it was. You remember, Snork? But yeah, Kevin doesn't like all that stuff. He's like very gung ho about science.
I would say, why buy $32 for those pads when just the pure water does a better job?
Is there any scientific research using pure water, or that there's any benefits to people with getting those toxins out of your feet?
It's I don't know that. I'll have to look, because I know that bathing and soaking was a method for it, but I'll see what's available. On the other hand, all of these naturopathic things are typically put on the market without the research either. And basically, most of them, like the magnets and stuff, are at best misleading and probably fraud.
Yeah. I actually tried out the magnets way back when I was like in my either late teens or early 20s, and I was like, yeah, this stuff is bunk.
Yeah, well, you see, something good, like the start of the idea. Aspirin really did come from willow trees or birch trees, one of those trees, the bark.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, a lot of medicines are derived from natural products, but you can't always say that if something's natural, it goes. These things make a lot of people a lot of money fast, and they're presented in ways, and it's often just not polite to mention, what when people in a crowd start telling each other that something works, pretty soon they lose track of where it came from. But reverse osmosis is a process that is well known for removing things. And we had the issue where I spoke with doctors about it before I had my mother do it. When my mother was having kidney failure, I had 3 skids of DI water made for her. And I can't remember what research I used for that back then. So basically just went to a water bottler that bottles water, and I said, I'd like you to do this, but I would like to have the water not contaminated with magnesium and calcium when you bottle the water, and put it in dosages. But yeah, I'll find out what kind of data I can get for you and get back to you on that tomorrow. On the other hand, every day you read about things that are found in these packages of supplements and things.
So anecdotally, do you think it helped your mother at all?
Yes. Any time that you're getting a large influx of a material that wants to absorb other contaminants. The issue we had was we didn't want to give her what we call 18.3 water, which takes out anything except the polymers. And we went with a more moderate grade water so that it wouldn't dry up her feet and make her uncomfortable. She also drank it.
It would have to be limited quantities with drinking, wouldn't it? Isn't that?
Well, I mean, to drink it, you can't drink enough to make up for your kidneys. But you can reduce the load by not having contaminants going in, because everything that's going into your body, your kidneys have to make up for.
Do you have, Forsaken or Lucas or Troxon, do you guys have any odd homeopathic or natural, I don't know, things that you do?
I drink a lot of herbal tea for things, and it seems to help a lot of the time. I always go into things being skeptical. That way, because I try to avoid the placebo effect as much as possible. Yeah. And like that's why I've always made sure to think about it a lot, but at the same time not overthink it, because like I don't think about if it's doing something to me. I think about, how would I feel without it, and like how do I normally feel, and what kind of difference is it causing. And usually I'm pretty good at being able to tell what's actually helping me and what's not, and what's making like a noticeable effect. Like I can tell when I've taken my ADHD medicine. I can tell how that makes me feel and like that kind of thing. And like if I drink tea in the mornings, that'll help me wake up. But if I drink too much tea, it'll actually make me sleepy. Like too much caffeine will actually make me sleepy. It's kind of strange. There's a tea I drink before bed that's like a mix of different things. It's got valerian root in it. I don't know if you know what valerian is. It's what Valium used to be made out of. And it's a natural, what's the word for something that makes you sleepy?
Soporific?
There's another word. I think it's like something. Crap.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but it's one of the plants that, like, when you eat it, it makes you sleepy. And so it's like a valerian tea with other herbs in it for flavor. Like it's got stevia in it to make it sweet, so you don't have to add sugar and all that. But like, remember how before we talked about artificial sweeteners making you hungry? I always have to eat before I drink the tea, because otherwise if I drink the stevia, I'm like starving when I go to sleep.
Dominic mentioned sedative. Is that what it?
Yeah, sedative. That'd be a good way to describe it. Or somnulent. That's another one.
So for me, the weird thing I would say is acupuncture, and like I said, it was. So I tried everything. I did, went to massage therapist. I went to chiropractor. I was like, all right, 2 instances, one with a knee and one with like a shoulder joint. It was like I couldn't get full motion on it, and it didn't matter what I did, stretch it out, or have like a massage therapist work on the muscles, or chiropractor doing whatever. So I said, all right, screw it. We'll try acupuncture, because doctors are just saying, hey, yeah, just wait it out, because that's what doctors do. They tell you to wait it out or take medicine for it, and it won't work, but you pay them a lot. So I was like, all right, I need my range of motion, so went to an acupuncturist, and after that session, after like a few, it felt better already. I kind of had better range of motion, and then like a day or two later, it was just gone. It's like this happens every time. So I am an acupuncture enthusiast, I guess. If you have any issues that you can't get rid of, like body problems, like range of motion stuff, massage therapy or chiropractors or whatever doesn't work for you, look up and find a good acupuncturist, because that's what helped me. And there's the science behind acupuncture seems to be like hit or miss. There's no conclusive evidence, but hey, if it works, you gotta try it out. right? See if it works or not. So I'm always up for trying anything and seeing if it works or not. Because at worst, nothing's going to change, right? But at least for the better, if it does work, then heck, saves you time and money searching for another alternative. And you would think I would have. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say I haven't really done anything special. Like I had well, one thing I did was if you have heard about Joyland.
What is that?
Meal replacement powder. It's basically it's a powder that contains everything of the recommended daily intakes of any, everything your body needs. And you just add water to it and drink it.
Oh, Soylent. Oh.
Soylent. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know what that is. Oh, I just had.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I had a Soylent. Well, an alternative, like European Soylent. Anyway, I had that for like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 times a day for like a year. And the only thing I noticed that was different was that I farted a lot more. That was the only difference. Nothing else.
Wait, is it a soy product? Does it have a lot of soy protein and stuff in it?
Flax seeds. They had that in it. So and I think it had more. I think the RDA is a bit off because there's probably too much fiber in it.
I was just going to say, because I know a lot of those protein things and meal replacements contain a lot of soy, and soy is really bad gastrointestinal thing that causes a lot of gas.
Yeah. But besides that, I haven't really felt any different regardless of what I eat or drink. It's just the same. Even now, I'm eating like 100 times healthier than I have been previously, and no difference. So it's just. I don't know.
Well, you should go back to eating what you used to and compare.
Yeah. Well, it's to me it just seems like I will notice the effects when I get old. When I get like 70, 80, then I will feel the impact for real.
So what's funny is my wife did a diet. It's so I forgot what you call it, but you strip away a lot of different foods and you start with certain basics. Like you don't eat eggs, you don't eat beans, you don't eat a lot of things. It's mostly like I think it's like a paleo diet is what it is. And then you start adding in things. So when she did that, she had like horrible reactions to eating eggs. It took her, I think, a month or 2 before she could go back to eating eggs on a daily basis without it affecting her. And I thought that was weird. You would think that it would help, but because it's like she wasn't feeling well, so she wanted to find out what food it was that was causing it, so she would break it down, start with foods that wouldn't really affect her system very much, and then start adding it in, and then not eating eggs. She's a vegetarian. We both are, yeah. So it was hard for her to get the protein, and then so she would start eating eggs to get the protein, but then it started making her sick. So it took a while, but eventually she got over it. Now she can eat eggs normally again. I just thought that was really weird.
It's well, that has to do with gut bacteria. If you go a long time without eating something and then you eat it again, the bacteria in your gut that used to digest that die off, or they go dormant, and so whenever you eat it again, they're not used to that and they're not expecting it to come down. So your gut bacteria and the flora in your gut and like the biome down there has to adjust for that. And like I know if I go, there was a period where I was eating eggs like every day for a few months, and I felt really great, and then I stopped eating eggs and I felt terrible, but we went without them for a while because we ran out and we just ate everything else that was in the house. And after going a few months without eggs and then eating them again, like I get like even if I just go a couple weeks without eating eggs and then I eat them again, I'll feel really nauseous and have really bad stomach pains and get really bad gas. But if I eat eggs for like 2 or 3 days in a row, I don't get that anymore. Like that my body adjusts and I'm perfectly fine, and I actually feel better after eating them. Like for a few days, I feel better eating eggs than I would have if I wasn't eating eggs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything too weird in it, but there's a few things I do. Like I get a lot of headaches, and I take regular aspirin. But if it doesn't work, peppermint tea and honey actually helps a lot of times for headaches. And you know, I had laryngitis, apple cider vinegar, and I had a cold and got laryngitis. The apple cider vinegar helped clear that up. And the other thing is for a blocked gland, like a saliva gland, where you end up with like swollen glands, eating lemons, just eating plain lemons will help unblock it.
It's good to know. So if we have like stomach problems, mint in general is pretty good, but I didn't know it could help with headaches. Peppermint tea.
Yeah, it actually works pretty good. Sometimes it works better than the aspirin, and honey also, pure honey is also supposed to be good for headaches. So I have the peppermint tea with honey in it.
I think so for honey, I try to go local because it's supposed to help with allergies, but I don't know if that's really true or not. I've tried local honey and it didn't help my allergies. I would just get the store-bought tablets to help with allergies, and that works fine. But I've tried homeopathic ones because I don't want to rely on those allergy pills. I mean, the great thing about those allergy pills is I would take them for maybe about a few days to a week, and I don't feel like I need them again because my allergies are gone. So it's a weird adjustment. So I don't know. There's that, because I tried the homeopathic type of allergy stuff and trying locally made honey, and that didn't work. And I don't know. You always got to try it to see if it works or not.
Yeah, I think the research behind the eating locally grown honey so far has like suggested it helps, but there's no conclusive like evidence. But anyway, like eating any local honey and supporting local beekeepers is a great thing to do, no matter what. Sure. And the science does seem like it would support, because it's kind of like getting a vaccine, because you're taking in the DNA of the plant, and like the pollen and all that, but in a different form than you would be if you were like breathing it in, and it going in directly into your lungs instead of down into your stomach. And so like it getting broken open by your stomach acids and going in. But that's just assuming it survives, because like we were talking last night about antibiotics or about probiotics, and how a lot of probiotics are completely useless because they open before they get to your intestines, and your stomach acid kills all the bacteria inside, and it means absolutely nothing. Like a lot of the food that they say is a probiotic, like yogurt and kombucha and like all that kind of stuff, like the fermented stuff that you can drink. A lot of that stuff is good probiotics, but it's good for your nasal passages and like that kind of stuff, and like the bacteria that live within your face and your brain and like your head and that kind of thing. Because most of that stuff will not survive your stomach. Like a lot of like the best probiotic for your intestines is actually fecal matter transplants, where they take poo from a healthy person and put it inside of your large intestine and have you poop it out.
Yeah. I once signed up for that to see if I could be a donator, because it seemed like a good thing, plus you get paid for it, but my poop wasn't good enough.
I hate to take a poop. That sounds like a pretty good thing.
Sorry, Ebon, you have subpar poop.
I know. and I was like, when I was doing it, I was like, do I need it? I was like, do I need to poop a lot? They don't tell you. They just tell you to provide a sample. So I'm like, do I just do a little? So I was just trying to do like the right amount and hope and pinch it in and just I wish they would just told.
That's very awkward.
They should just have you do it in a bucket, and then they take however much they need out of the bucket.
Yeah, that'd be good. Because now I'm wondering if I just didn't poop enough or I pooped too much. And also like the solidity factor. Like you can't help the solidity, but still, like I might have just ate more bananas the previous day or something.
Something I noticed that helps if you want to keep it like being a regular like texture and not too runny or too constipated all the time is potatoes. Potatoes can really help with that. If you eat potatoes a lot and on a constant basis, potatoes will help keep you regular.
So this is what we've come to.
Yeah, maybe it's getting a little late.
Yeah, it might have been the bow on the bucket that did it.
Well, we all knew politics was just all about shit anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just cutting right to the quick.
Yeah.
We're getting rid of the bull and straight to the shit.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we'll call it for the evening, and we'll do it again, of course, tomorrow on Thursday. So I'll see you guys then.
All right, night.
I'm waving. You can't see me.
All right.
I'm waving.
Bye. Good night, everybody in chat.